Good evening, everybody. What's going on out there on the internet streets? It's TCHLive Monday. That means it's time for some 510 No Limit Texas Hold'em here, TCHLive. I am your host, Aaron McAvoy, Ron here in the booth tonight. Flying solo once again, hanging out with all you fine folks, all by my lonesome. But we're going to have one heck of a good time. As I look at my YouTube and I just see KJ's hands going all crazy. I don't know, that must just be my YouTube here, but I'm getting some weird glitch on the video feed. That was kind of funny. Anyways, welcome everybody, and let's get things started here. We've got looks like almost a full table, maybe a couple of spots, maybe one spot, two spots available for some latecomers. As we're going to get a $25 PLO bomb pot going to start things off.
Jesse? Was it Jesse?
All right, Skull Bone, Captain Underpairs, Graham, Paul, PM Poker Monkey. What's going on, y'all? Got Ragnar Overby, Jedi Master Ted, Way Larud. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the show. Thanks for tuning in. All right, what we got here? We got 5-3 deuce, couple of spades out here. Let's get some hands scanned in, see what we're working with.
Oh my God, yeah. Curly hair, lots of opinions. That's Andrew, dude.
Keep my points, see what I'm working with. All right, Bones here, a whole bunch of hearts. He has flopped a wheel. Does have backdoor opportunities as well with all of those hearts. Of course, he blocks his own stuff. Checks all the way through. We get a 6 of clubs here on the turn. That is going to be enough for Bones to fire out here. Still working with the wheel, though. And Pierre here actually going to have the straight all the way up to the 6. Big Daddy Chaz has the straight to the 7, so he is sitting on the Nutter Butter at the moment. Does have the redraw as well with the Queen 7 of spades, so he's going to pump this up. And yeah, I don't really see any way someone can continue here. John G, without a backdoor flush draw to go with his 8-7-6 there, no real reason to continue. And yeah, Chaz is just going to take that one down. Looking at the chip counts there, 3 players flying in for 10K. Chaz coming in for 8. He's now bumped up just a little over that. Pierre and one other player there on 5. I didn't quite get a chance to look at that. But yeah, looks like we got some good stacks here on the table tonight. Let's see here. We got Who Wen here says, saw the first part of the live stream last week. Didn't go well for you the first hour. How'd you end up? No, dude, I've been getting killed on the live stream here as of late. It's, the run bad is real, but you know, we'll keep trying until things turn around. All right, no straddles here at the moment. Okay, so Doge is our newest player and perhaps his first time here on the stream. Open to 50 here from Driver. From +1 with 9-8 offsuit. Let's just start things off spicy, and Pierre is just going to wake up with a couple of aces. First hand to hold him, why not? And Driver is going to make the call, play this one in position with a pretty raggy hand. Both players quite deep here. Oh, Pierre sitting on just 5K, is that right? Very connected Broadway hand here. Pierre actually going to be in a little bit of a spot if he ever gets raised here. 500 in the middle comes out for a C-bet 40% pot, 200 to go. Driver here flops bottom pair. Gut shot on the dummy end and the 8 of spades. Calling with the 9-8. I mean, yeah, I know there aren't going to be a ton of great boards that are going to come out, but a little bit curious that he just folds that one so quickly. I mean, you can imagine, though, that if the straight does complete, that he's just going to be like, yeah, now I lose to ace-king, really hard, so no real sense being in here. Makes sense? Gets out of the way. Pierre wins the first one. Doug here, congratulating me on my 66th place finish once again. Yeah, back-to-back 66th in tournaments the last 2 weekends. So can't complain. I mean, it was really good runs. I think I played just about as well as I could have, and things just didn't go my way there at the end. So yeah, that's just the way it is.
Mark, sorry, brother.
But yeah, thank you guys for tuning on in. We've got more of you fine folks piling in every second, so welcome to all of our newcomers. Raised to 75 here from Slicer, John G. Next to act in the cutoff. Sorry, not next to act, but over in the cutoff. He's going to make the call and heads up to a flop. Here we go. 190 in the middle. Ace high board. A couple of threes out there as well. Slicer has a mandatory C-bet. However, John G will be going nowhere and nowhere fast. Even going to come in for a small raise, just get Slicer out of the pot right off the get-go. And that'll be the end of that one.
This guy gets stacked. It's like 5, 10, 5, 30. He's like, I'll be right back.
Looks like Squirroo getting reined in here. Oh man, yeah, hang in there, buddy.
Some guy from Dallas. Then like, Cy rolled in. That's just, they wouldn't let me go to sleep.
All right, well, no sight of our man Pratt here just yet. So hold out till he shows his face and we can gamble it up. He stopped by to pay me my $60 the other day while I was playing 2-5. That was fantastic. Needed it too, because that was right before or during the stream on Thursday where I got whacked. So. All right, Bones here going to raise to 75. Chaz from the straddle position going to defend with the 9-8 suited. Flops middle pair. Bones here with a very favorable flop, but he's going to, pardon me, check back. Queen of Hearts here on the turn. Another scary card here for Chaz. Has a pretty natural check once again. And Bones here picking up the gut shot is now, you know, thinking about betting to deny equity and sort of shut somebody off of a smaller pair, but none of that happens. He just checks once again, going to take his king-high showdown, and it will be no good.
Here you brought scotch?
Over there.
All right, looking there at the chip counts once again. Yeah, Pierre, Doge, Bones all buying in for 10K, or sorry, 5K.
Yeah, I'll take a one.
And on up from there. All right, Sparks has joined us as well over there in the 1 seat, and then we do have what looks to be a third spot, or sorry, a spot over in the 3 seat there available if we do have another player. But we'll just keep things trucking right along here. TCH Live Monday. Oh man. I love the hashtag sippy cup. Yeah, that's pretty good. Very interesting fellow. That's all I'll say. All right, Doge here. Gonna fold his button.
Well, that's good then.
Pierre gonna raise out of the cutoff with a couple of mystery cards, and Slicer will defend from the straddle king tray. Ace 5-5, another similar situation as to what we've already seen, where it's going to be sort of a check in a natural betting spot, but Pierre is going to take the Bones route and check back. 4 clubs here on the turn is going to give Slicer a gutty, but he does have the king, so he's actually going to be good some of the time. If Pierre ever just has like 8-9 of hearts himself here, and he's just like, no, but 8-9 of hearts has all the incentive in the world to bet that flop. A little bit of a curious spot there. Slicer is just going to fold to the delayed c-bet. Slicer not going to peel one off. Right. On the next hand we go. Looks like we got the 20 or the 25 out here. Have they talked about doing anything mandatory? No. All right. So it's just going to be sort of a smattering of straddles as we go. I know there are several players at the table that will always put it on, and so you don't really have to worry too much about there being straddles about half of the time at least.
Over a decade.
All right, so it looks like people are doing it, but yeah, it's not quite mandatory yet, or ever. We'll see.
It's like 22.
John G is going to go ahead and make sure that Queen Deuce gets scanned before he throws it in.
No, it's like Joey Lawrence looks like way fucking younger than he actually is.
Folds around over to Chaz, the small blind. He'll make an open
just somebody who
75
looks
here,
like
ace 9.
I hope I have
Find a
that.
defender, and
looks like
Sparks
he just, like,
out of the
likes
straddle.
Like,
King right in the window, followed by a Jack 8. Chaz here going to check. Sparks here. He could bet or check. I think this is a spot where I like a small size. Yeah, 100 bucks, 2/3. Chaz just isn't going to have a ton of checking hands, right? So if you're going to target something like an 8 or pocket 9s, whatever, I mean, kind of got to go small there. But anyways, takes it down. That's the end of that one.
How do you know?
28. That's on mine. Yeah. Still got it. No, I don't know where it is.
I was in Vegas for my 40th birthday. 40.
Ragnar Overby here in the chat is lamenting the fact that Caitlin has taken some time off to work on her game.
The room at Palms Place.
Yeah,
Party's still going.
but no, she had a really good showing in the ladies tournament. Made the final table, then did bust out in 9th place, unfortunately for her, but solid run. And I'm sure we'll see more of her in the tournament streets, which is great. I always love to see more people that are like traditional cash game players sort of make their foray into tournaments just to experience it. Because I feel like, you know, sitting at the cash table is it's just sort of what most people do. That's how most people experience this game, but tournaments are just so freaking cool. All right, we got a hand developing here. Driver going to open the cutoff. Slicer 3-betting from the small blind, and now Sparks waking up with a couple of broadways in the big blind. And this is the kind of dynamic that I love to watch good players engage in, because this is just such late position strategy. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. John G here now waking up with 2 queens. He's going to come in for the cold 5-bet.
I wasn't going to be.
Now that is a strong hand right there. Sparks could have a couple of jacks there and probably just be ready to toss him in the muck without much thought. Does in fact just have the unsuited king queen, and we'll pitch it in. Nice hand there for John G. Just gets to take the one down. Pre-flop. All right, I'm getting word now that we shouldn't get too excited about what the screen tells us about Bones' hand on this next one, as we did have a card read error. So we'll keep that in mind for whatever is about to happen. Andrew here wondering if we have a seat open. I believe we do have 1 seat available at the moment. There is a list, and we have players that are perhaps on their way. So there's not necessarily a seat for you to go sit down in, Andrew, but you can certainly put your name on the list. There is a 2-5 game going. You can see it there in the background, and it's a very good one. I just came from that game before I hopped in the booth here. All right, so raise to 60 here from Driver. Big Daddy Chaz putting in the 3-bet, and now Bones. Ah, okay, so yeah, Bones' hand is registering as John G's hand from last time, so this software is a little bit glitchy. There's this thing where if you click too fast in between ending the previous hand and moving on to the next one, it will sometimes re-register a hand from the last hand. It's very strange. I don't understand how that's possible in the software, but we have seen it. All right, KJ versus K10, and that's just going to be a C-bet from Chaz. Driver will fold.
So I forgot about the pessimism, dude. The very part about it. Go ahead and bet.
Is the card reader working because Sippy Cup dumped his drink on it? No, no. We actually, as far as I know, had no issues with that. But we do have a much more strict enforcement of the no open containers on the rail rule now. After that, it appears that Bones is working with 3 cards on this hand and tries to give one over to Sparks, but not gonna work. Squirroo here wondering if somebody or I heard from the fictitious Kristen. Oh, did I hear that from the fictitious Kristen? Yeah, no, she's quite real, actually. You may have never seen her, but she does exist. She pushes the buttons on the other side of the wall, and
That's a very specific hand.
Say what? Oh, yeah. No, she's been a dealer on the stream as well, certainly on Thursdays. So, yeah, at the very least, you could have seen her there. But, Guairu wondering where I get my information from. Cameron, Andrew, why did they scrap that hand just now? We had an accidental deal of 3 cards to Mr. Bones in
You lost
the
in 5
3 seat
hands.
there.
Give me the 10K now.
4 seat on screen.
Now I really know
So when you mix up the number of cards that are supposed to be dealt to the players, then you have to kill the hand. Start over. All right, John G here will call the open from Big Daddy Chaz. We have a flop with a deuce of diamonds on it, as well as a 7 of 4. Check, bet, and call here. Big Daddy Chaz looking to pick up some equity to barrel on the turn. It's another diamond. 9 of diamonds, and that is not a great card for him to barrel. I mean, sometimes you can just take these hands and just sort of hit them with the business and see if you can get it through, but generally not recommended. And king there on the end. That looks like a king of spades, but king of spades is in Chaz's hand, so it's actually a king of clubs. Must be, yeah. No, it is king of spades. What on earth happened there? We've once again had some sort of misread because Chaz is reading as the king of spades, but can't have it because it's on the board. Bet of 100, raised to 350. Now let's find out what he actually has here. John will show the king of hearts. There's a deuce in that hand, so things have gotten all messed up here. Is Chaz on the right reader? Is he on 8? All right. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this as, yeah, we hate to have these sorts of issues. Normally, we have issues where, you know, the cards can sort of get misread between seats 1 and 2 as the dealers sort of pitch the cards over that interact with the scanner. We do once again have sometimes that thing where you slip too fast to end the previous hand and start the next one and you get a misread, but that was just bizarre. I mean, and the hand didn't have anything to do with that in terms of what was scanned. So we apologize for any technical issues that we have here, but we'll keep an eye on that and hopefully get things sorted out if there's an issue. All right, Sparks here. Ace Jack of hearts. He'll open the cutoff. See if Doge has a defendable hand. He does not. And neither does Driver. Sparks just going to raise and take it. PM Poker Monkey is that Sippy Cups reader that Chaz is on. I mean, that is true. But we've had several streams since that night and hadn't really had any significant issues that I know of. So, yeah, like I said, we will keep an eye out to see if we have any issues there. Jugnu here, do you think they play different since this is a streaming channel? I think they play their normal bad game.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Well, I like your take, man. It's a hot take, but I like it. Some people will definitely play differently because it's the stream, right? We've had some folks that have come on before and have just like blasted, you know, just like throw caution to the wind and just kind of try to run everybody over and like sort of, you know, put the hammer down, so to speak. So, you know, I've certainly seen that before. This game, though, I mean, most of these players are very seasoned veterans and have a pretty extensive and thorough knowledge of the game. They're not just going to, like, come in and then just, like, throw all of that out and be like, I'm playing on the live stream, so I should do different stuff, right? Like, you know, they become accomplished poker players by doing the right things, like playing well, generally speaking. So, I don't know. If you think they're bad, so be it, but I think they're just going to play their game, whatever that is, good or bad or in the middle.
that.
75, C10 raise 75.
Samuel Newman, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
Yeah, it goes 75.
All right, we've got
C1 call, C2 fold,
this is $75 straddle or an open.
Everybody respecting you.
C6 fold, C7 call.
Not quite clear to me. It looks like an open, though. I think this was an open 275 off of a $25 straddle, and then a bunch of callers. 5 ways to a flop. Here we go. Hearts would be spicy, as we have king high and ace high hearts represented. However, no hearts in sight. Gosh, in fact, Pierre made his way in here, too. 6 ways. Okay. Slicer going to flop top pair and the best of it right now. Checks all the way through, though, and bingo, ace here on the turn. Going to give Bones and Sparks a pair. Pierre now working with a gut shot to Broadway. Driver happy enough to see a free card, try to hit a set of deuces, but that was not to be.
7 folds, 8 folds.
Bet a 300 here from Pierre as it checks to him.
Looks like an action board.
And wait, did he just win? Did ace jack fold? I guess it did. I'm
Oh, nice. That's very
sort of surprised at that. But Pierre fires out there with the gut shot to Broadway after 2 players with turned pairs of aces checked and just takes it down. My goodness. All right.
Here,
There you go.
there's one right here. We're gonna all like.
I'm down, dude.
Onwards and upwards. The $25 straddle is on. Love the contrast here between Sparks and John G. Their outfits.
2 raises for 100.
John G going to come in for a raise. Beautiful hand here. Jack 10 suited.
4 raises to
Bones going to give him the business here with a couple of black 5s.
5 folds.
ISO 3-bet. 375 to go. Pierre folds one of Bones' 5s and heads up to a flop. We shall go. All right, get the rest of those cards scanned and then mucked. Ooh, just amazing flop here without making a pair. John G gonna flop a double gutty and a flush draw. Quick bet of 400. Half pot size bet, and Bones runs for the exit. One of those spots there where the donk lead sort of lets his opponent off the hook, right?
I guess for now, man.
Bones, when checked to, I mean, we've seen him, you know, obviously play relatively cautiously in some of these spots where he may have just checked it back and it hadn't really, couldn't have gotten, you know, into a really dicey situation or anything. But you can imagine there, you know, pot with over 800 or around 800 in it, going for a C bet, 50, 400, maybe more, just to see if you can get John to fold.
Well,
Slightly better pocket pair, something of that nature. But no, just leads out there, and Bones able to quickly fold, dodge any further damage.
You played here before?
He's played in the last string a bunch. He played
Oh,
here like
last
way
string.
back in the day.
They played on the 100, 200 string.
Yeah.
Squiroo here getting deep into the
7 raises to 420.
He owns a club in
philosophy, the universe.
Friendly numbers.
Yeah.
420, yeah. Blazing. See 1 fold.
No 420.
It's coming up. Merry Christmas.
Corey Maddox here with a comment I tend to agree with. All right, Pierre, and oh my goodness, this is going to be a spicy one as we had an open here from Pierre and the hijack. 3-bet from driver on the button with 2 aces. Pierre calling out of position, flops a diamond flush draw. Driver here with aces and the ace of diamond. Check over. Bet of 505, the old New Mexico area code bet. little over half pot, not quite 2/3. Here now. Generally a spot where you go for the check call, the diamond comes in, you check, they check back. Like, it's tough to get value when you make your hand. Pierre knows this. Also has 2 big cards, blocks pocket kings and pocket queens. So a pretty good spot to go for the raise. Pierre is going to go for it. 1750 here. Yeah, a lot of times the 2 Broadway cards, especially something like King Queen, while you do sort of interact with your opponent's holdings for Ace King, you block kings, you block queens, and so, you know, you'd really just love for him to have some sort of Ace Jack or something, and it's just going to be like, oh, fine, I guess I just fold, right, to the check raise. But driver not going anywhere yet. This pot swelling to 4.4K. Deuce of hearts here on the turn. Pierre is the player that can have all of these sets. 4s, the 6s, and the 8s, of course. 3.5K in the tank here for Pierre. It's about 3/4 pot size bet. I think you just have to go for it. There's really not much else to be done when you check raise the flop. 3-5 is the only hand that got there, but there's just no chance he ever has that. So this is a set or a flush draw, sometimes a combo draw, something like 9-10 of diamonds, right? And driver is going to get the count. Yeah, he has to make the call there, and once he realizes that this isn't too, you know, just too out of line in regards to the size of the pot, he does make the call. Pierre will flip over the diamonds as the 3 of diamonds hits on the river there, and driver getting pretty coolered here, honestly. Having the ace of diamonds is not the best card to have because you sort of block a lot of your opponent's flush draws, but indeed Pierre was on the flush draw, still gets there. Bam, just run Pierre one time. And that's going to be a big hit to driver's stack as we get this all counted down. At the end of the day, it does look like driver will be left with something to the tune of 3.5K. And Pierre should be chipping up quite nicely here, well over 10K.
Less than 35? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. 30, 1, 2, 3, 34, 34, 35, 34, 35. 34, 35.
Let me get you exactly.
Yeah.
Spicy one there, that's for sure. 11.3K there for Pierre. He's going to move into the pole position on the chip counts. Driver will drop down to the bottom, and just a tough spot. It's one of those things that, you know, it happens in every game where people are willing to play their flush draws
No, go ahead.
this sort of aggressively, right?
It's weird that they're like so much bigger.
Where you're just going to have people sort of pile a bunch of money in and then just see what happens. And if you're unfortunate enough to get drawn out on, it just really stings.
That's why.
But that's why bankroll management and just sort of generally being like, I don't know, fortified emotionally and psychologically to just take these sorts of beats, right? Get it in good and then, oof, bam, big hit, you know? And that's just part of the game of poker. Got to be ready to do it. I mean, in the tournament that I was playing this weekend, right? Like, things were just going really well. Made it all the way through. It was almost at the end of day 2, looking to bag chips up and go to day 3, playing for 300K up top. And, you know, it's just everything was great. I had a really good table and then just got the chips in good and couldn't win, you know, just 4 times in a row and was out of the tournament. And it's just the way it goes. And it can be pretty frustrating. There's some possibility for tilt in there. Some curse words shouted at the dashboard on the way home, but outside of that, you know, you just kind of got to wake up the next day and get back to the grind because that's the way it works. 3 bets, now 4 bets here from Slicer. This is big blind versus small blind, so definitely some interesting interaction here. Slicer is out of position, makes this a relatively small 4-bet size, but relative to the stack size. You know, stack to pot ratio going to go up to somewhere around 5. 1.6K in the middle. Sparks does call. 3-3-4. Rainbow flop here. Slicer, of course, with a mandatory continue. And 4-bet pot, your range is very narrow. Generally speaking, of course, we can see that Slicer is working with ace-10 here, which is going to be towards the bottom of his 4-betting range, even from the blind. Does continue 4-5-50. With no heart on board, this is actually a spot where Sparks may just fold this for 1 bet. The solver would tell you kind of need to continue for 1 more, and he is going to. The difficult thing for him is that if Slicer barrels again, like, your hand just kind of sucks. King of Spades here, this is a good card for Slicer to barrel, as Sparks, generally speaking, would probably go for a 5th bet with ace-king. Slicer going to be sort of dominating all of the kings, as king-queen and worse is just never calling. So yeah, he does come in for another bet here, second barrel with 1550. Now Sparks, I mean, I think he's just toast. Does have the best hand, as we can see, but I just don't see how you continue here.
And then King Kai comes in. You got fucking 5.
The king is a good barrel card for Slicer. That much is true. And Sparks does have the best non-paired hand. So there is some, you know, sort of leveling war kind of thing where you could be like, well, he knows that that's a good card for him, so he's going to bet it with all of his bluffs, so I could call, blah, blah, blah. But, like, you end up in a spot that's even worse than this one on the river if he barrels for a 3rd time. So, yeah, I think the fold is correct there, even though he was ahead. Looking here in the chat, I still don't see my man Pratt, so looks like I might just be doing some gambling all by my lonesome.
Not so big of a four now.
Let's get going here. I'm going to fire off
That's right.
a 300. See if I can't pick up some points. Oswan Daharu, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
He's just so far behind.
Paul D got a 99, and I snuck in right behind him for a 98. Let's go.
It is. Indirectly.
At first, I was like for sure that I was mushed. Like, whatever Paul gambled and got a 99 on, like, there was 0 chance that I was going to get a solid piece, but no.
There's the optimism here.
Man, y'all have some freaking bonkers bank rolls, point rolls, whatever you want to call them. All right, Ragnar Overby came in and swiped that bad roll. Tough luck, better luck next time. Doge here, raising what I think is maybe his first hand here. Ace-7 at diamonds, gets 6 high board. Slicer defending from the button, Queen-10 offsuit, and he'll quickly fold to a c-bet. Anybody in the Austin area that's looking to play some poker? We got 1-2 running. We got really juicy 2-5 game over there. That was a fantastic game. Running right now as well. So come on down, hang out with us. The promotional bad beat jackpot, not bad beat, sorry. The promotional jackpot that we have going right now is quad 7s. If you make quad 7s with a pocket pair of 7s in your hand, you get $3,900 today. That's freaking amazing. So if you are in or around the Austin area and looking for something to do tonight, come on down, hang out with us. $12 an hour here, card room, and try to hit quad 7s, man. Pick up that 3,900. That'd be pretty nice. Pierre here is going to release, and driver will win. The ace-queen of spades. We win here, says Sparks, Slicer, John G, Bones, BDC, only missing coins, and Chase. Yeah, this absolutely is an all-star lineup, and yeah, I mean, that's pretty much just the way it is each and every Monday here. Lots of fantastic talent on the felt here each and every week, and yeah, just a smattering of new faces and some folks that sort of pop in and out. Always a good game here, though. That is for sure.
Yes.
All right, Slicer here, a couple of Deweys out of the hijack. He'll raise it up. Doge, gonna make the call. He'll defend from the straddle position. Heads up to a queen 5-4 two-tone board. Natural check to the aggressor, and yeah, with a hand like deuces, and you get one caller and you're in position, like you're betting every flop. It doesn't really matter what it looks like because you just want to win right then. Same goes for like 3s, 4s, 5s most of the time, just because like if you ever check and give your opponent a free card, like 7-9 suited that would just like snap fold can always realize their equity. So you're betting most flops. This is one of them. We are going to get to showdown. Let's see if Doge is working with just ace high. Nope, he's got a pair better than deuces. Don't quite know what it is, but Slicer has mucked. So queens and somethings. 4. Doge here had a 4, and Slicer can't beat that. There we go. 4-3 for bottomest pair. Ironbite AD, yo, what's going on? Alice Acuna joining us as well. Mojo Miller. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show. And welcome to everybody else that's hanging out with us here tonight. We got just about 420 of you fine folks hanging with us. We got 76 likes on the counter. If you guys haven't, hit the like button and would like to do so. Would appreciate it. Always does help us out. Gets our rookie numbers pumped up and shares this program with more fine folks on the interwebs. So please do consider it. And also make sure that you are subscribed to the channel so that you know when we're going live and earn yourself those sweet, sweet TCHLive loyalty points. What's up, Alice? Glad to have you. All right, John G here has the ladies again. Gonna raise to 125, and nobody has nothing, so he's just gonna win.
Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Somebody who's not down as much as me yet. I was thinking about it.
PM Poker Monkey, hell yes, Save Dallas Poker, indeed. Yeah, more updates to come on the current situation on what's going on in Dallas. You can check us out, savedallaspoker.com, to stay up to date. The links for you to follow to you know, sort of lend your support to the cause as well. Nuts and Glory wants to know if I have my small bottle whiskey in the booth. No small bottle whiskey here in the booth tonight, but if you have some you'd like to send over, I'd be happy to take it off your hand. Babysit it, you know, whiskey sit. I'm a good whiskey sitter. Well, it depends on what you expect. If you expect me to whiskey sit and then like the bottle's full when I'm done or when you want it back, then I'm probably not a very good whiskey sitter. But if you know, just want me to enjoy myself, I can do that. I don't know where I went with that story. But we got Chaz here defending out of the straddle, flopping top 2. John G bottom pair. And Chaz's going to go for the check raise here, really hoping that John G has an overpair here. John, of course, does only have the 5, but is not going anywhere. He's like, nah, you could be check raising with straight and flush draws, things of that nature. So 5 might be good. Make that drawing dead as Big Daddy Chaz makes a boat.
But he was a nice guy. But he watched the stream.
Going to continue firing here, trying to get max value from an overpair. Something like queens plus just can't really fold. John G, of course, should be headed for the exits with this wager, and does let it go. 1650 was the bet.
There were a few hands like that.
You know, one of those spots where you're just like, please have something, and then they don't, and you just sort of drag the pot, rolling your eyes a little bit internally. But still does take down a decent-sized pot there, nonetheless.
I should have shoved once. Small blind, off with like 19,000.
People cheering on Cameron here, who is going gonna perhaps move to Texas to come and try his hand at game of poker. 10K in a retirement account. You want to cash out early. Quick job. Take your chance playing poker. You're 24. Why not? Well,
and then they get it in queen 3.
let me ask you this. After you cash out your 10K, you know you're going to get taxed on that for an early withdrawal, which is not just taxed on your income, but then the penalty, early withdrawal penalty. So I hope you're aware of that. So let's say that you cash that out and then you actually have, say, call it 7. What game do you want to play, and where do you want to live?
Nice guy.
Joshua Stokeham, welcome to the team. Thank you very much for subscribing.
That's a good thing about it. What was that?
And I don't want that question. I know that the way that I posed it was maybe leading a little bit into sort of further questioning, which it was. I didn't mean for it to sound like I was being critical. I do think that taking shots when you're young and doing things that sort of seem a little bit out of the ordinary to a lot of people is perfectly fine. Like, I've done it, and I think that it's fantastic. So don't mean to be discouraging, but I am curious just sort of where your head's at, because it's a big move. It's a big move to you know, leave your home state, travel thousands of miles away, at least 1,000 from Hawaii to Texas, and you know, sort of start things over. So I'm curious where your head's at. Just want to pick your brain a little bit. All right, Queen 7-7. That's a pretty good flop if you have a 7, which Bones does. Doge, the only player with a hand that could have any sort of reason to continue here. Bet a 175, small bet. This is a board texture where if you actually had something, you would generally bet big. Big-ish, right? Half pot plus, just because, like, the only hands that are going to continue have reasonable equity against you. So the small bet does convince Doge to sort of come along as though, like, well, I don't know, normally you'd bet bigger. You either have all of it or you have, like, nothing.
Just last week.
Check on the Ace of Hearts turn. Bones playing this pretty tricky trappy. King of Diamonds, though, on the end. And now this board is so Broadway connected with the front door diamonds coming in. Everything's there. This is sort of a weird spot where Bones is, like, just rarely going to get called by anything worse. And only like going to get raised by all of the hands we just got there. But yeah, just sort of an unfortunate run out for Bones there, playing a little bit tricky trappy, and doesn't get any more chips out of his opponent.
When he was in, it was 10 and a quarter. Well, where?
Ragnar Overby here calling me a dream crusher. No, absolutely not,
It
man.
was 10 and a quarter.
No, I'm just genuinely curious. Okay, here we go. Cameron here says got some more money saved up. Have enough for poker starting 1-2. 40 to 60 hours a week, I presume.
Best history poker player there is, dude.
That's what?
6 years in the Navy, so you'll go to school while you play on the GI Bill. So if poker doesn't work out, you'll have something to fall back on. Dude, that's awesome, man. That's a really good plan. So yeah, so having spent your time in the Navy, coming out with the GI, I mean, I've heard from some folks that works out really well, and it's pretty easy to navigate. Other people have said that it's kind of a nightmare to navigate, especially when you change locations. I don't know all the details. I'm not plugged into that universe. So just make sure that you are researched and know what to expect when it comes to, like, filling out the paperwork, getting all of that stuff actually in motion. I'm sure that it's not that challenging, but I'm sure that there are a few check boxes that if you miss them by a certain date or whatever, like, things can go upside down on you. So just be aware of that. We look forward to seeing you here in Texas. Definitely come hit me up. I'm here all the time. Texas Card House. Hope to see you around here. I'll have more questions for you in a little bit, but John G here going to flop top set on this 3 to a royal board. Big Daddy Chaz flops top pair and a open ender. Doge in here with second pair and an up and downer. So everybody has something. John G, though, still betting. Almost full pot here on the turned 2 of clubs. The one card in the deck that doesn't interact with this board at all. There were plenty of others, but Queen Jack out of the way. Big Daddy Chaz feels compelled to continue for the 500, and pot will swell up 16 hundo. Heads up to a river, 3 of diamonds. There's another one of those cards that doesn't interact with that board at all. John G will be betting again, trying to extract value from something like a queen 10.
1,000?
That's pretty much it, right? Maybe pocket 10s would play this as sort of like, I need to get to showdown because this board is way too scary for me to ever raise. So queen 10, pocket 10s, maybe the only hands that could ever pay this off reasonably. Also just a tough spot here, right? I mean, as Big Daddy Chaz, you have top pair, but like, what do you really beat that isn't just a stone bluff? And yep, there's a king, there's another king, and Chaz's eyebrows sort of go up a little bit on the sight of the second king. He sees the first one, he's like, okay, I lose to one hand. Oh no, I lose to 2 hands. Obviously lost to more than that. King, queen, 10, but sort of expecting something more like an ace king or a nice little toss there. Dude, that was something for the highlight reel. John tosses 10, lands on Keijo's hand, he flicks it into the air, catches it with the other hand, drops it into the box. Bam! Right at the buzzer.
So you have to have, you have to have a pocket pair. You
for a long time.
have to have a pocket pair. 7.
All right, looking back at the chat here.
$3,900.
Turn it over. 3,900. That's kind of.
So there's like a total of like 4 good players. And like the 4 of us are going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so there's 4 that are good on the organized. And so he lets himself in the game. So he's organizing it like it's supposed to be.
All right, some fun conversation going on in here.
He texted us, it's like,
Queen of Poker was the 100th like. Well, thank you very much for that, and welcome to the show. How's it going?
pick a number.
All right, Doge here. Going to raise it up from +2. 75 to go.
But the thing is, like, when I like,
Nobody has nothing.
depends, like, when I play, like,
Doge wins.
I'm getting the
End of hand.
fucked up. When I'm fucked up, I give a lot of action. And like, they're putting
Wait,
on
so there's an inaugural game? What are you guys talking about here? I gotta scroll through the chat here. Clearly I missed something. But if there's some sort of like badass meetup game, that sounds awesome. Awesome? Awesome.
Yeah.
Words are hard.
So he's like, you, Rory, and you, child, pick a number.
Just scrolling back up, Daniel Short joined the team. Thank you very much
See,
for
let's-
subscribing.
Let's go fucked up the bar, dude. You have any rounders? Oh, come down, dude. So we get fucked up and play some uncapped
There's a
ones.
lot of 25, by the way.
Sounds fun. I heard great things about that game.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I'll come down.
it's never just like insane or anything.
All right,
but it's
Slicer
just,
here,
like,
going to raise it up from the cutoff. King 9 offsuit. Sparks
I'm gonna get a room.
on the button. We'll go for 3 bets. And John G going to cold call this
No.
out of a small blind.
Wow, dude.
King 10 offsuit. King 9 is out of the way there. Yeah, I think that's the right play. King 10 flat from the small blind, already a little bit speculative. Does flop top pair and the best hand. Sparks, though, working with second pair and the nut flush draw. John G going to check in Sparks. Yeah, this is a spot where you just sort of have a natural check back. Your hand is going to be good a lot of the time. You have a lot of equity. But if you bet and get raised, it's really pretty awkward because the pot starts to swell and you're really just working with a draw at that point.
Started playing in
Check, check on the flop. Turned 7 of diamonds. John G leads out 300 into 560. Sparks will make the call here. Heads up once again still to the river. Deuce of diamonds. Whole lot of brick city here. And John G gonna check it over.
I already know what's gonna happen in
And
the game,
a
though.
little bit interesting here. Sparks would be doing sort of a merge here, right? Like targeting a weaker jack, or yeah, like a weak, like maybe jack queen with the queen of spades, something like that, right? He's gonna value own himself here. Goes 550 on the merge, shows the ace jack, and John will turn over the king and drag the pot. Yeah, so. Does King 10 ever think about folding there for that size? No, I think this was just a solid,
Like I don't see the
just
one in the
thin value bet here from Sparks. And just sort of ran into it that one time when his opponent has like king 10, maybe king 9 suited that flatted out of the small blind and that could ever just check that river over, giving him an opportunity to bluff. But I really like the bet there, right? So some people will look at that and they'll say, oh, Sparks bet with the worst hand, like he's just throwing his money away or whatever. That's absolutely not true. In that very instance right there, John had one of the very few hands that he could have that would play it that way, and that Sparks would be value owning himself. And when I say value owning, I mean you bet for value, but someone calls you with a better hand. Now, let's think about the dynamic of how that hand played out. And in terms of how many other cards, how many other card combinations that John could have had that would have paid that off, that would have actually been behind. Sparks there, popping on his phone, which
And then he shows pictures, you're like, all right, you're right, Scott.
if it happens, he wants to give words.
He's one of those guys. He says the words and then backs it up.
Now, think about all the other hands. When the front door spades miss, right, like 3 spades on the flop, which is sort of like, yeah, the draw already got there, but for a lot of 1 spade hands, it's a draw, right? So if Sparks ever had one of those hands, he might want to go for a bluff there on the end, right? So the bet could look bluffy, and if the bet ever looks bluffy, then your opponent could call down with way worse than who's game. And there's a ton of value to be had when your hand looks like it could be a bluff, and people will call you down with less. And there's only like king 9 suited and king 10, and generally you'd think king 10 suited is sort of the only other hand that would ever do that. Get to the river and then check, right? Like the better kings are just going to keep betting for value. And how many people are going to flat like king 9 offsuit? Even king 10 offsuit sort of feels really weird. So I think Sparks played that one very well, even though he lost.
I found a little bit of money in my seat cushion, so we'll be all right.
Hell yeah.
And then 1600.
Oh, you like we played together before, dude.
Yeah, we played together.
Just looking back here in the chat, see if I missed anything. Of course, if y'all ever do have any questions for me or any comments about the stream, about the graphics, about the audio, anything like that, please do always let us know.
It's 5-10 with basically everyone's.
All right, a Dallas Chat Pro meetup game. Dude, hell yeah, that sounds awesome. Well, if you guys actually get it made, like if you guys are going to do it, then let me know when it's going to be. If you haven't already followed me on Instagram, you can find me at WordsAreHearts on Instagram. Shoot me a DM. Let me know when it'll be. I'll do my best to come pop in as well. I'd love to hang out with you guys.
You like bourbon?
Swag's on point. Swag on point. What's next is mixed in there. Thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the TCHLive team.
Yeah, no, you don't want to see that.
Are we heads up?
We are heads up.
Pierre will pour you a large cup.
I apologize for not even attempting to say your name, but Q, maybe? Thank you very much for subscribing.
So this is
I would just butcher it, so probably best if I don't.
3x that is a little.
Big Daddy Chaz here, ace-5 of hearts with the toppest of pairs, and Eli in the house. Big Daddy Eli, haven't seen him in a while, a hot minute. Gonna come in for a, not quite a min buy, I guess, 1500 over there, and try to spin it up.
Oh,
yeah,
your stack. I'm
let's
talking
go.
about the bourbon. I don't care about your stack. I care about the
Belfort.
bourbon. What's that?
Belfort?
I haven't had that one. Green company?
Look, it's supposed to be good. Yeah, it's $90.
Live stream or just a meetup. Looks like it'll be 424. 424. Okay. All right. Excellent. I am going to put that on my calendar. Well, first I need to look at my calendar, see if I got something going on around that. Okay, that's a Sunday.
Oh man, you got ripped off. I saw it $200 down the street. He wants to play,
Oh, I see.
Okay. Put my calendar right now.
Yeah, easier. Never even think about that.
Sorry, down the street.
And then we'll have to see if that's going to work out. Ooh, driver here. He's got aces again. Might have a little bit of PTSD from losing that massive all-in pot against Pierre earlier, but he does have the aces, and aces are generally good. And this time he'll win. Doesn't go past the pre-flop stage, but he does win. Iron by AD dropping a $50 super chat. Dude, hell yeah. Thank you, brother. Says, AA Ron, you can have a seat anytime. Thanks for breaking this game down the way you do. Also, when you come to Dallas, I can win my super chat money back. That is the truth, man. I'll be bringing it with me, and you can try. No, I really look forward to it, though. If this happens, then it'd be super sick. I'd love to be there. Mr. Will Lottie also hanging out here in the chat says he is interested in the Chat Pro game as well. Sick. Dude, this would be sweet. Awesome. Super awesome. Did have a question here in the chat. Somebody wanted to know why we don't do Twitch. We have done Twitch. I am not in charge of the live stream, like coordination / production, whatever. So I don't click the buttons and do the things. But as far as I know, well, it's just fact. We have streamed on Twitch several times in the past, and it just sort of requires a little bit of extra effort stuff thing, and I don't do that. So. It looks like Slicer has perhaps splashed his wine on himself. It's sort of a funny little interaction that he just had there, but he's enjoying a delicious cup of fermented grape juice, and perhaps may have gotten it onto his finely pressed shirt. Koshling Gusty, thank you very much for subscribing. Hey, welcome to the team.
You fucked it up.
There's the answer for Queen of Poker. Are the players drinking yet? Well, certainly a few of them are, perhaps more than others. I think Slicer trying to do it through osmosis. Iron Bite saying Lottie and Aaron can do the commentating on the Chat Pro game and then jump in after the stream is over. That sounds kind of fun. That could be fun. For sure. Yeah, it would be fun to do that as a meetup game with the Next Gen Boys, right? Like, how cool would that be if it was a live stream thing, Next Gen Boys sort of popped in and out, they could do some commentary or whatever, we could have like sort of a rotation, something like that. That'd be fun. All right, Sparks the initial raiser here from +1. John G coming in from next to Act. Slicer going to put in a third bet here with a couple of jacks, a couple of Judys, a couple of J wins, a couple of John G's. Back over to Sparks here. He is the early position raiser, so this is a spot where he could go for the squeeze. But he's going to invite John G along for the ride by just making the call, and of course John G will make the call, as he is getting a pretty good price. Go try to find a set, and no set for John. Is king high here, a couple of hearts, one diamond. Not the flop that Slicer wanted to see three ways, but he is going to stab nonetheless, as he does have most of the king. Tough for either opponent to ever have ace-king here.
That's old people shit.
If not impossible. You never know. Depends on how these players play. But yeah, Sparks will release the ace-queen, playing man in the middle here, and John G with effective third pair, backdoor, goofy draws. Just doesn't really make a lot of sense to continue, and Slicer will take it down. Have the best hand the whole way, and wins the pot. All right, Pez Carlo talking about tag teaming the commentating. All right, well, you guys are just like way into this. You guys already have like a really cool idea going along, so don't let me get in the middle of it and whatever. But yeah, if you guys want, you can I can put you in touch with the producer for the TCH Live. If you guys need to have a contact, if you guys already have that and are already making things happen, then so be it. Like, don't let me get in the middle. But yeah, just let me know if I can be of help. Is basically what I'm saying.
I knew this girl that like she's telling me that this guy.
Okay, the 424 date wouldn't include the next gen guys unless they wanted. Yeah, so, all right, well, yeah, like I said, let me know if I can be of help. If that's sort of the thing that you guys would like to make happen, then we could try to do that. Poker Monkey saying that you'd all prefer to keep the Chat Pro thing separate from next gen. Oh, okay, yeah. No, oh, absolutely. No, I get that. I wasn't trying to pervert y'all's idea. I just thought if you wanted to bring the two together, we could try to make it happen. But yeah, no, if you guys can bring that together, then I'll do my best to be there. That would be awesome. All right, 5, 10, 20, 20, just 20.
She acts like
Eric Cuevas, is everyone here a pro? No. There are definitely some players at the table that play this game a lot, if not all the time, and other players do not.
We haven't got it in before Costa Rica. I don't know if you're gonna get it.
All right, cool. Good to hear, Poker Monkey. Thanks for.
such a sucker thing to do.
Yeah. As soon as you guys know the deets, I got it in my calendar. I'll be marking it down, try to make it up there for 424. And if anything changes, definitely let me know.
You're circling the weekend on the calendar.
Says yes, you gotta be like.
Folded to Sparks in the big blind. He made a reasonable raise, and John G didn't have anything to defend.
800 miles there.
Fold again.
$4,000.
All right, taking a look over at the like counter, we're up to 125. 455 of you fine folks hanging out here tonight. Do you thank all of you that have hit the like button. If you have not, then would care to do so, we would of course appreciate it. Anderson in the chat. Hey, what's up, dude?
What's funny is I
Anderson says that he would like to go as well. Hey, yeah, hell yeah, dude. That would be freaking cool, man. Just have a big old jolly get together. Sal with the signature S spread of the deck, sitting down in the box. Looking there at the cumulative winnings, Pierre, of course, our biggest winner, John G. Also up there. Slicer, Big Daddy Chaz in the black or green on this screen. Everybody else in the red. Because Sal is here, means it's time for a dealer change bomb pop.
My last big, like, I'm high, and this is not gonna last idea. You have aprons.
$25 single forward pot and aim off.
If you're grilling out, right, part of the point is, like, I'm the man. Like, if you want to, like the guy with the keg, like, you want to come by the grill, you can't come through me. But when you're done grilling, you look stupid if you're still wearing the apron. The idea is it's reversible. You flip it around, and it turns into a cape. There you go. So you're still the man, but you
Still the man, you're just wearing
Then you
it.
get, then you get grease all over your back.
All right, Spark's going to be first to act here. We'll get these hands to stand.
Yeah, it's not quite there.
Yeah.
It's not quite the reverse yet. Still in prototype phase.
Queen, tray, deuce, couple of diamonds, one club.
Was that mushroom or edible? Edible thought. Sounds good.
I was like looking at domains. Great.
No betting
When
yet.
did Kate went out of
Check
stock?
over
Like,
and
they were popping.
through, clean to the button, and Slicer here on the button with top set. And one diamond blocker gonna come out for a
1600.
bet of 100.
John, did they wear
And Poker rolling a 100 on the gamble. Hell yeah. John G, quick call driver now thinking it over with King 10-4 deuce. He's, oh yeah, no, he just didn't know it was on him. I was like, your hand totally blows, bro. So he folds. All right, John G with the mystery hand is still in there. Presumably something like maybe a wrap or some diamonds. Be something like a small set. Doesn't look particularly enthused about this hand, but isn't going anywhere just yet, as Slicer will now improve to top boat. Makes a small bet, trying to string the diamonds along, or the straight draws. String them along, give them a chance to catch something that will then put more money here on the end. Would like to see something half pot 2/3, right? You don't want to go too big and scare off somebody that just did make a wheel. You bet 600, yeah, great size, but John G did not improve to the hand that he wanted to make, and Slicer won't get paid anymore. All right, still no Pratt here in the chat, so I guess I'm just gonna gamble all by my lonesome. Keep these points. I think I got 3K now. Pretty good for me. Lovely Victoria from Texas Royal Touch has arrived. Giving out massages for $1.50 a minute. Licensed massage therapist of Texas Royal Touch. Always here. Almost always here. Texas Card House in Austin to give you a tune-up, make sure that you're all light and limber. Slinging chips. Felt. Come on down, hang out with us. Texas Card House in Austin.
How long you in Cabo?
Get a massage while you're doing it. Looks like we're heads up here, just trying to get caught up on the action. Junior producer Seth going around and saying hello to the players. The action now, perhaps, got caught up. There we go. All right, Chaz open at 75.
You want to give me the pot now? What do you
John
want?
G makes the call from the big blind, ace-6 offsuit. Already prepared to fold his hand. It's not great, but could improve. Does improve to top pair of sixes. And he's going to just donk lead right at this for over pot. And Chaz with no club and really not much of anything is just going to ditch it.
I mean, the food is okay.
John will take it down.
It's like the best hotel food there. It's like Mexico's known for shitty food. Yeah, like there's like ceviche,
Is she in college?
Oof, yeah, Poker Monkey rolling a 1. Well, all right, let's hope the 1 is out of the way and that now I'm geared up for success. I have a bad feeling about this, but I'm going to wager 400 nonetheless.
even her friends are kind of like,
The 1's out of the deck. It's got to be better than that. Oh, God, I'm going to draw it. I'm going to roll a 2. It's, oh, God, I can feel it now.
rainy the other day, and it was just like, I don't know, like,
Maybe 15. Yeah, not great. Not great. I had a bad feeling about it. For some reason, I was correct.
dude, listen to this shit.
Alrighty.
Bar before a comedy show like
510.
that 2 months ago,
25.
and I walked in, and within like 5 minutes, I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
Driver here, ace queen offsuit.
That's when you first realize you're getting older. You talk to like 21-year-olds, and you're like,
But
holy
if-
shit.
They were talking about some song in some show that I'd never heard of, and I was like, oh, I guess I'm the old guy.
Euphoria, probably.
Yeah. No, I know that one, but
No takers. All the way over to Pierre, and yeah, he's just done with it too. So raise and take it for driver. We'll move right along.
How old is she?
23. Nice. 20. Yeah. Nice. Right? 24.
That's real nice.
Real nice, Clark. Real nice.
He's way inside the range, right? It's 1/2 plus 7.
That's what I've
What's
heard.
the equation? 1/2?
Half your age
What's
plus
too young?
7. Is like the line.
Plus 7.
Yeah. So
That's the equation.
So the line for you is 21.
21. All right.
Driver here, king 6 suited. Now this is a hand that I would be opening from quite a few positions, but UTG is not one of them.
That seems
Giving fold is appropriate. Big Daddy Chaz, though, he's sort of on the cusp of his opening range from +2. Well, at least a standard opening range, perhaps. Chaz happy to go wider than that, but Jack 9 suited solidly in there. Get away with doing that from +1. Or UTG even.
I thought that was 18.
John G will make the call from the button. And Doge will complete from the straddle as well.
This is 18 rounds.
2 ways to a flop.
He goes like, fuck that rule.
Fair enough.
King 6 tray. A little bit of something for everybody here. John G. A couple of backdoors, the betting lead, Big Daddy Chaz, club flush draw, and Doge up and down straight draw.
I could never.
Big Daddy Chaz gonna donk at this for 90. Curious. No, he was the original racer. What am I saying? I don't know why I thought John G was the racer. He just called the position. So Big Daddy Chaz will continue for 90. John G will make the call with those 2 backdoors and the overcard to the board. Doge gonna come in for the check raise. 420. You got to go 420. If you're going to make a bet around there, you got to go for the 420. So he does. Oblige. Chaz will quickly fold the Jack high flush draw. John G will follow suit. And Doge going to get away with one right there. 5 high like a boss. Let's go. Yeah, and I understand the fold there from Chaz. A lot of people will be like, why would you fold, the Jack high flush draw there? John called in position there, right? So you're always going to be sort of the man in the middle. You're not going to know the strength of your hand, and you could end up into a giant pot with a dominated flush. Like, you could make your hand and then be toast, right? And that is a really, really bad scenario to even think about getting yourself into. So sometimes it's best to just, have some discretion and be like, all right, fine. I'm just not going to realize this equity, even though, that's sort of the name of the game at the end of the day. Is realize your equity. That is a big part of the game theory of this game. But there are those reverse implied odds that existed very strongly in that sort of dynamic. That just getting out of the way, I think, is smart. Bones quickly wins the next hand. Will Lottie 420, welcome to THCLive. That's right. Poker Monkey wants to know my handle on Instagram at WordsAreHards. Words are hards. On Insta?
Had the opportunity, but I swerved it.
Nice.
I did not send her the link to this.
The player's having a jolly good time. They're on the felt. Don't have the table audio turned up super loud, so I can't get all of the deets, but you hear a lot of Big Daddy Chaz laughing. Always a pleasant sound to the ears. Bones will raise and take it again, so he's got a couple of those small pots under his belt.
I could have made it happen.
Did she meet your parents?
No, they were in town this weekend, but she couldn't go either, so it worked out.
Just telling all her friends that she swerved you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Are you taking it to prom or?
Dude, her mom is fucking 43.
Oh shit.
Mom had her.
There you go, Bones.
Older than Harris.
Yeah, there you go, double date.
All right, $25 straddle on Slicer first act.
Great grandma for fucking.
Trying to get you laid.
John G gonna take his time telling a story before he presumably limps or raises the ace.
He's done. My cards, no more pussy.
Is going to come in for the raise, takes it up to 100. And another raise and take it. 3 in a row here. 2 for Bones, 1 for John. The excitement never stops here on THCLive.
That's actually pretty good.
Captain Under Pairs, I like that. There's GTO, then there's Texas GTO. Attacking, stacking, and racking. Hell yeah. I like that.
Yeah, fuck it, bro, that's a gallon.
Oh man, some bad beats here in the gamble streets. Eric and Alice both rolling some pretty crummy numbers.
I bought a round of shots at Encore one night.
Yeah, y'all believe that all the bad ones were out of the deck. No, they're still in there, man.
So yeah, I want a shot. And I went to the bar, and the girl was like, "It's $3.75." You know that, right? And I was in too deep at that point. I'm like, "What do you mean?" Yeah, of course.
All right, Doge here going to come in for a raise to 75 from the cutoff. Driver going to play the ace-9 off as a call from the button. And this is going to invite Chaz to squeeze.
I'll get around it. It was like $18.
And I think Doge should be quite pleased with this scenario. Squeeze to 450. Yeah, big chunky sizing here. And wow, Doge is going to play this as a flat. If Driver had something like a middling suited connector or a small pair, he was actually inviting him into the pot in position with a pretty reasonable price. So don't really love the flat here. Definitely think that could have been a 4-bet scenario, especially with the cutoff versus small one. Is in position here, a couple of aces, 2 clubs. Chaz here has a very natural small continue. Yeah, he's going to go like a little over 1/5 here. Doge should be actually pretty comfortable, especially with how strong his hand is in terms of the repped value. I mean, his hand is like way more likely to be pocket 9s, pocket 8s than it is to be pocket queens right here. So he's not really worried about much, right? Like, if a king rolls off, yeah, he's not going to love it, but pretty much everything else is fine. All right, now we've got 2 flush draws on board. If Chaz attacks this again, then Doge has to sort of start to parse out like what he thinks his opponent's range consists of before going to a 3rd street. Chaz is going to slow it down, though. Checks back here. Maybe if he has King of Hearts, Jack of Clubs, he will go for another barrel and then barrel on a bunch of rivers. It's another ace, and now Doge has got to know that his hand is good. Pocket Kings, 100% continues value betting on the turn, so Queens are just always the best hand. If Chaz somehow had like Ace Deuce, he could check back the turn. Or check the turn. There's just really not much other than that. So now Chaz, though, reaching for chips. Looks to be going for a stab here, and this is going to get snap called faster than you can imagine. And I say that, and Doge doesn't snap call. I don't think there's any reason to raise, though, which is why I think it's a snap call. I mean, if Doge raises, then okay, it's thin. I mean, but my chips would have gone across the line faster than you could have said call. All right, just being sort of methodical and making sure that he knows the bet size, understands the situation, whatever, and that's fine. You know, there's nothing about this that is sort of slow or nit. It's just taking his time, making sure he makes the correct decision, does land on the call, and of course, ships the pot. Well played, Doge.
What's the spread?
300.
That's the most you can bet on a street.
A little bit curious there from Chaz as well, because he's attacking a pretty strong range. Like, does he really expect 8s or 9s to fold to that size? Probably not. What about even like 4s or something, right? Like, it's hard to have a full house there. And whatever checks back, or what, sorry, I keep saying check back, but he was first act. Whatever checks the turn with 2 aces on the flop with 2 flush draws, right? Like, imagine that you do have 10s, which is sort of like the weakest of your like 3-bet hands that just is like totally fine with betting the flop. Then you see like a second club come off. Now there's front door hearts and clubs. Like, you're just betting 10s, right? Like, you're never checking. So to go for a bet check bet there, it doesn't have a lot of credibility, I think.
Yeah, it's a poker player. That's right. Yeah.
But I still don't think that a raise was really in favor. But I don't know. What do I know?
It's a poker player.
Let's get on to the next one. Raise to 150 from Bones. Driver will make the call. Chaz going to go for the squeeze once again. Now he's on the button. And he's going to get this one through. Well
I'm sure
played.
you guys don't call it Seattle.
It is nice when you lose a pot and you're just kind of like, oh shit, you know, like that one didn't go well and maybe I shouldn't have tried to bluff, blah blah blah. And then like the next hand you get a hand and you just like win it. There's nothing quite like silencing that like inner dialogue that you have with yourself, that's sort of arguing over what you should have done or could have done better. You won the next one. You got it. You got someone's at back. Don't worry about it.
Was it here?
Um,
It was like 5 times.
Yeah, I haven't really played that.
Ragnar Overby saying I'm still bitter about the sippy cup slow roll. No, I'm not actually. In the moment and for the next little while, I was. Sure, some of you that were watching saw just how unhappy I was with that nit roll. It wasn't a slow roll as much as a nit roll, right? Like there's a big difference. And that difference might seem sort of unknowable or whatever. That's not the right word. Words are hearts, though. But no, it's like if you... I'll come back to that. We got a hand. Ace, Trey, couple of spades. Sparks here is best. Was the preflop raiser, recognizing that if he's ahead, betting is almost certainly just going to get his opponent to fold. If he's behind, there's no reason to build the pot. So checks. John G does the betting. And my goodness, that is a spicy card. As Sparks makes a full house, tens full of threes, and John is interestingly going to continue betting. I would not recommend this. Picking up the pair of tens on the turn is good, but now you want showdown. You had queen high. Okay, cool. You were going to try to get king high to fold. Understandable. But double barreling with the queen 10, I definitely don't agree with. Gets the raise to 1K, and John G calls it. The front door spades misses, and if John is ever putting Sparks on some sort of combo draw, like king jack of spades or something, he's going to pay off this river bet. 2.5K in the middle. The problem for Sparks is that he might actually go polar here, trying to get called by an ace. If he bets too big, he might get John to fold this. No, he is going to go for a middling size. 1750, it looks like. I mean, middling size it's still a big bet, and this still could get John off of the 10. But I was thinking like a full pot plus if he was really going to try to get paid by an ace. But yeah, I think the 1750, it's a good size. It's big enough. The problem is that you might just get, I mean, you never expect your opponent to have a 10 because you have two of them. So you're not targeting a 10. You're always targeting an ace. So the size is good. It's always tricky because you can get persuaded by, or not persuaded, you can get influenced by being able to see the cards and being like, well, that's what you're attacking. No, he doesn't know that, right? He's going to get called. He's going to get the 1750. And yeah, really well played there by Sparks. Obviously, hitting Jin there on the turn. If it instead is like a 9 or something, it's just going to go check, bet, fold. But not this time. John getting a little bit sticky there and overplaying the queen 10 a little bit.
Immediately pick on me? That's fine. I'm an easy target at this stage. We're the easy targets, you and me. We gotta stick together. You can't talk shit. Yeah, we gotta stick together.
Rattle, life 25.
Easy money.
Sorry, that's...
Couple of friggin' bullets.
That's my card.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, jeez. Scroll through the chat and instantly see a bunch of conversation that's just,
Raise, 75,
you know, like I'm not going to go down that road. I mean, it's just the way that it is because it's the internet and I get it. But And that's part of it too, though, right? Like, one of the things that we need to recognize is that there are always going to be people that feel inclined or motivated or obliged or obligated, whatever the motivating adjective might be, to share their opinion with us. And whether it's in the office, at home, at Thanksgiving, on the internet, whatever it is, I think one of the most important things that we can learn as human beings is to learn to be tolerant. To learn to be tolerant and to learn to listen to others without letting their words sort of get into our hearts and our minds in a way that's negative, right? If somebody has something to say that just doesn't line up with your own personal view or your beliefs or even like facts, right? Like, let's just be honest, right? Like, if somebody says something is just factually incorrect, the world is flat or whatever, right? You don't have to let that blow you up. You don't have to let that turn you inside out. Just recognize that someone is living a different life than you and that they are trying to express themselves just like anyone else. And you know, when we see things that we don't agree with or that we don't understand, whatever, rather than trying to silence them, we should try to engage with them at a maximum. Engage and try to be like, no, I actually think this, or here's some resources, some references, whatever. Or just sort of smile and move on with your life, you know? Like, now, somebody thinks that. Somebody thinks this or whatever. That's just the way it is. Gary, all caps. I love it. Dan Massarge, are you more based than I? I probably am. Giggles 93 THC, thanks a lot for the streams and the entertainment provided. Really helps make my night a lot better. Dude, I'm really happy, Giggles. Thank you so much for those kind words. I'm glad to have helped. And thank you for tuning in. Dan Massarge, another $2 here. In this world we live in, intolerance is a virtue. Intolerance is a virtue? I disagree. Absolutely disagree. Michael Tilton, I love to troll the trolls. Have no problem trolling just about everyone, including me. Yeah, no, trolling is just sort of a natural tendency on the internet. But let's see here. John G turns a straight. Driver had top pair with a real bad kicker, otherwise known as no kicker. He's going to fold, as he should. But he doesn't want to because he had a pair, and it was the toppest of pairs. Will Lottie getting zapped by Streamlabs? Indeed.
Thank you, Johnny.
Dan, continuing on here, saying tolerance has caused the West to fall. We need a healthy dose of intolerance. See, I don't know. Without going too far down the rabbit hole here, I understand what you're saying. I genuinely do. You don't have to go into any more detail for me to understand why you believe that, because I understand that concept, but I disagree. I absolutely disagree, because I think that it is actually the concept, it's kind of hard to put into words. The idea that tolerance is at fault, right? Of giving people a safe place or whatever, right? I mean, there's a whole, I don't know. I'm starting to go down that rabbit hole. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to unplug. I'm unplugging. Genuinely, though, I do believe that tolerance is fantastic, but it needs to be done in a challenging, logical, thoughtful, and confrontational way. We need to confront one another. We need to have conversations, meaningful conversations, without simply screaming and la 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 la, can't hear you kind of nonsense, right? That kind of dialogue, that kind of interaction is completely worthless. When you sit down and you're willing to listen to another person, have a conversation, say what you believe, listen to what they believe, and talk through it, that's how we get real progress. That's the kind of tolerance that I'm talking about. Let's move on. At the end of the day, though, we're all human beings. Just put it all on the back burner. We're all human beings. We all have our own struggles. We all have our own traumas. We all have our own experience. And we can't expect other people that have completely different experiences, completely different traumas, completely different upbringings, to just understand us just immediately, right? Like, it takes conversation, it takes interaction, it takes a willingness for people to understand each other for that understanding to happen. And I know that just sounded like, you know, a 3-year-old said that, but it's the truth. And we all should be giving each other the benefit of the doubt when it comes to trying. If somebody's just an asshole and an idiot and doesn't have any interest in having a real, meaningful, rational conversation, you don't have to give them your energy, but we shouldn't just be shutting people down with intolerance. Get back to poker? Yeah, probably. I should. Sometimes people are dumb and just dumb. Yeah. No, and I get it. I do get it. This is about poker, and we're gonna get back there. And I appreciate y'all just hanging out with me, and I am sorry for going off on a tangent there. I want to inject a little bit of positivity into the world, and this is the one little platform that I have sometimes to do that. So thank you for bearing with me for my little rant for a few minutes about positivity. And we'll get back to regularly scheduled programming, which is just poker, and only poker. Big Daddy Chaz will make the call. Eli, sorry, raised to 75, I should say, and Eli will make the call. 10-8-7, 2 spades, 1 heart. Big Daddy Chaz has flopped top pair and a gut shot. Eli has second pair and an overcard to the board. Bet is 75 here. I think mandatory continue for Eli. Second pair isn't great, but if you're folding second pair, you're folding a little bit too often. 305 in the middle now. Off to a turn. 3 of spades. Front door spades gets there. Neither player has a spade, so not really a comforting card for either player. Genuinely think this, yeah, check, check. Most of the time. And another spade here on the end. And now Chaz, just hoping to get to showdown, should just be check calling pretty much any bet, and Eli will be thinking that checking is fine for him. However, he will lose to the 10. Totally understandable check back there from Eli. However, you can think about merging your hand into a, well, it's not really merging at that point. You're just turning it straight into a bluff. But it really does give you an opportunity to, like, if you were going to win at showdown, you're gonna win with a bet anyways. And if you can ever bet and get a better hand to fold, which is a 10, then you can get that accomplished as well. So turning an 8 or a 7 into a bluff is actually a really strong move there, because there's going to be a lot of those in your opponent's range, a lot of 10s that is, that don't have a spade when it goes check, check, turn, check, check, river, or check on the river. So you can get those 10s to fold if you bet appropriately. And then you win all of the times that you were ahead, and you win a bunch of the times when you were behind. Just the tip with AA run. Jedi Master Ted, I appreciate those kind words. Says I don't have to apologize for shit. As much poker gold as you give us, you're welcome to rant as long as you like. Well, I won't rant as long as I like. I'll rant for a little while and then I'll shut it down. But there we go.
85 total bet. Fold, 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 fold. Total 85. Call. Heads up.
All right, John G makes the call after Doge opens. Ace high board here, John G sitting on the best hand. King high. Not a very inspiring hand, but does have some backdoor opportunities. Does go for the check call of 80. Doge here, not happy with the call. Does pick up a gut shot, though, on the turn. 4 of hearts. But John is going to donk out here, and I don't see how you can call as Doge. This is raise or fold territory, and raising with 6 high is, I mean, like, what? It's also hard to be like, what on earth are you donking for with a 4 of hearts? Like, you have ace 4? Maybe. 6 high, of course. You can just muck it, not really think too hard about it, not lose your mind over it. But that is one of those interesting spots where when someone takes like a really unorthodox line that doesn't make any sense and they either have like one combination of hand or they don't have shit, it almost doesn't matter what you have, right? Like the 6 high there, like you could just delete your hand history and be like, I don't know what I have. I have 2 random cards. This dude just did some shit that didn't make any sense at all. Does it matter what I have? Maybe not. Should I just give him the business and raise him here? You know, there's something to be said for that. Would it have worked right there? Yeah. Would it have worked when he had ace-4? No. So just fold. That's fine. But it is always important that we pay attention to the story that someone's telling. If somebody tells you a story that's like, yeah, so I was driving into Nebraska, and then the penguins came out, and you're like, dude, your story doesn't make sense. Like, where are the fucking penguins in Nebraska? You know? You got to pay attention to the details of the story. All right. Raise 150 from Bones. Chance calls. Bones playing out of position. Checky, checky. One-liner to a straight here. Chaz has second set and is now guaranteed to get no money from Bones.
Some people do need their 2 cups.
This is a super scary board for King Jack. And by super scary, I mean you just can't win ever, so you fold. Ragnar Overby, I'm glad that you like it when I get all riled up. I like it.
Oh yeah. You talking about World War II?
Mow the cat more, all caps.
Yeah. That's why they won a lot of those battles, because they just wait them out. Yeah, they just.
Good stuff. Good stuff. You know what? I love all y'all. You guys tune in here each and every week. You guys are positive. You're hanging out with each other. You're enjoying the evening. Get to interact with you guys. You know, it's really awesome. Big shout out to all of you guys.
He wasn't. I heard he wasn't a lot of shit. There was exactly. Dude, I bet they just might.
All right.
I bet they just. There's no way.
Fiber getting away with one right there.
Ag in business, baby. See that? That's not what I had before 2 minutes ago. On the way up.
I don't remember the last time I gambled. I think I'm getting close, though. All I know is that last time I gambled, I got tuned up to the tune of 400 TCHLive loyalty points, which was not great. But we're going to try again. Hope things go better this time. Maybe not for 4. Nope, screw it. 400. We're doing it. We're doing it live, people. Snuck in right before Ragnar Overby. God, I hope I get the good one. I hope we both get good ones. Oh, no, I didn't get in before you. You rolled a 30. I probably tried to gamble too early. Ooh, dodged a bullet there. Sorry, buddy. That was my 30. But now it's yours. And you lose. So clearly, I need to wait a little bit longer. Yeah, I did lose with a 15 last time, so things can only go up from here, right? Sparks and Eli with the same rank of hand. However, Sparks is working with a diamond flush draw. 935 in the middle after the bet on the flop, and bingo. That's a 10 of diamonds for the flush. Sparks will not be losing this hand. Eli with 800 behind and a rather speculative float there. Had some backdoor opportunities, but really not enough chips to do much with. I mean, he's going to have to rip it now, and he's going to get snapped, and he's dead. And that's sort of the issue with floating a hand like this on a stack. Oh, he's going to bet less than all of his stack. And I mean, yeah, it's this is a move that, I mean, if Sparks ever has an air ball, I guess it works, right? King, queen of hearts, right? That just like stabs the flop and then shuts it down. Okay, yeah, you get away with it. But I don't know. I mean, obviously this isn't going to work. Sparks is probably just going to raise all in. He's got like 500 back there. It's hard to get the rest of Eli's money. If he has a 10, though, you can check raise and he's going to call. And if you call and then check, Yeah. You got to go for all of it. Yeah.
1,000.
Because if you call and then check and they ever have showdown, or even just a 10, they might check back anyway. So you have to go for it there. And Eli will be left on crumbs, but he does have the New Mexico area code 505 hanging out there in the old Stackarooski. Spark sitting on the largest stack at the moment, a little over 11K.
Live 25, fold. Fold.
Where are you going?
All right,
When are you going?
moving right along as
275.
Bones getting himself a massage. Zach there in the background playing the 2-5 game, eating some Chinese food, it looks like.
Found my
Do miss the Chinese food. I haven't had Chinese food in over a month because I've been doing this low carb, and yeah, have mostly been feeling good with the diet, but I do also feel like there's certain things that I'm not getting enough of, right? And that's the tricky thing. The tricky thing about doing the low carb is that making sure that you get all of the right nutrients can be a little bit of a challenge when you narrow your diet down. Probably really the biggest issue about it is that my appetite has diminished, and so whereas before I would eat a lot of food and then therefore would sort of get more of a balanced intake of nutrition, now it's like I'm just not hungry, and so I eat, you know, avocados and bacon and steaks and chicken and, you know, the things that you eat on a low carb diet, but then you're just not hungry, so you don't just like find yourself snacking on French fries and getting a bunch of potassium for free, which happens otherwise. So things like that come up. All right, Doge versus Driver. Driver going to turn 2 pair here. Doge has absolutely nothing now, but check on the flop, and now Driver going to give him the raise here with the 2 pair, and Doge should head for the exits quite quickly.
I know a couple of minutes
Being as his hand interacts with the board in the worst way. You want your opponent to have something like a 10.
Look at Spaniards.
So he will dip out, and the Driver will take it
They're
down.
not really like pure. Yeah, no, but I know a couple of minutes ago.
Kyle C nails it. The tricky part of low carb is not eating chicken lo mein.
Oh,
That is exactly right. That is exactly right. I love noodles so much. Italian food, Thai food, Vietnamese, Chinese, Italian. I mean, just all of it is so good. Just pasta speaks to my soul. But there's also one of the main reasons that I tried going on the low carb is that I was eating a ton of pasta like all the time, and it was doing some damage. You know what I mean? Anyways, feeling good. Just trying to make sure that you balance. You got to balance your range of poker. You got to balance your diet and life. You got to balance. Bones here is going to balance $75 into the pot. King, queen suited, and no one will call, so he'll raise and take it. Quite a few of those here tonight. Pierre bringing in the 9% deep hit. Look at that. He's made the few hands that he's played count, though, as he started with 5K and now has like 10. So that's pretty good.
No drinks for you tonight, Chess?
No. No, I will, so I want to start taking
Be a
shots.
better table if you were.
Yeah, that's always the case.
All right, I'm going to go for the old gamble Rooski again, see if I can get one through.
Malibu?
And Greg Chaz.
I had that since I turned fucking 12.
It's like every shot of Malibu takes like $5.
Man, I don't know. I guess maybe time has just like been going really slow or something. Let's see. If Graham gets a gamble in before me, then clearly I'm Oh, no, no. I did. Snuck it in there before Graham. I win. Graham loses. Sorry, buddy. All right, Pierre here with a couple of red sevens will be making the call against the king-queen off 3-bet from Doge. Small blind versus button. Pierre will get to play this one in position. Lovely flop for a pair of sevens. Doge here from the small blind is not going to love that, as a lot of his 3-betting hands are nowhere near that. You'll want to play a lot, if not most of your hands as 3-bets from the small blind, just because you really sort of cap yourself. But this is a bad flop, right? Whereas normally calling or something from the blinds can, well, specifically from the blind and the straddle, the big blind and the straddles, you can interact with this board quite well. When you 3-bet from the small blind, that stops being the case. 8 of spades here, not a scary card for Pierre. If he had to see an overcard, this was the one he wanted to see. And I think Doge, yeah, he should just shut it down here. This is time to just punch it in, you know. Honey, I'm home. We had a long day at work. We tried. We just didn't get it done. Time to kick back on the couch. Put a hungry man in the microwave. And just watch some King of the Hill. There it is. Pierre will take it down. Graham Chatter here taking it out. That 10 rolled just took it out of him, and he's done. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. You have a good night, bro. We'll see you next time.
I think the only conversation at the table was what their last bust out was in a tournament.
Yeah, listening to people's tournament stories the whole
It's
time,
just
like,
everything.
so
It's
And how much they hated what?
how much they hate ace king. I mean, that's it. That's the extent of the conversation.
What about how you play checks?
Tough break there, Squire. 41. Oof.
They're all wrong.
You still have a million points in the bank, though, so I think you're all right.
Usually everybody just takes turns telling God beats.
I had a guy leave for 3.
Let's see here. $75 raise here from Slicer, UTG, on the $25 straddle.
Chip out and to make it to day 3.
Oh, he left the stack?
He said that too. Hey, let
Pierre
me
with a couple
stack
of red ducks, and facing the under the gun open there, I don't hate a call. A lot of the time you are just torching 75 bucks because you're going to get re-raised squeezed by somebody. But this isn't under the gun open, so a lot of players are just going to play as a call against that. A couple of red deuces right there. I think I'm peeling. That might be incorrect, but definitely think I'm peeling. Doge, though, does come in for the 3rd bet with the 2 red aces. Slicer will make the call, and these 2 players are going to go heads up here. We did see the 8 deuce hit the muck, so one of the deuces is missing, but you know, results-oriented poker never really worked for anybody. King high board here, not the best thing in the world for Doge. Slicer checks it over. And while most people will sort of see these 3-bet pot, king high boards as like mandatory c-bets, and Doge will bet and just take it down, I think queens is like by far the best hand to consider just checking back in terms of the pocket pairs that are no longer top pairs. Does bet, does win though. $20 super chat here from Captain Underpairs. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you, man. Says low carb rocks. December 21st, you weighed 300. Now you're 254. Good electrolytes are important on the diet. That is absolutely right, man. And your commentary is second to none. Dude, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And yeah, it's the electrolytes. I mean, that's the big thing. I used to eat so much that there was just sodium and everything. Like, sodium levels are low. Potassium, been struggling, even though I eat an avocado a day. Now I'm doing coconut water. And yeah, taking magnesium, yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough to keep all that up, but I think I'm going to find a good balance here, and things are going to be just fine. But absolutely, anytime you make a change, you got to really set your mind to, being consistent and thorough. All right, three players to a flop. Sparks here, still with the best hand, pair of sevens. Driver has a gutty to the straight. Slicer has nada. And this is just going to go checky, Betty, fold, foldy. Alice, you're saying that vitamin patches rock. I've never done a vitamin patch, so I'll have to look into that. I do multivitamin, I do emergency, and then have been trying to supplement with some electrolyte mix, mostly just coconut water, trying to keep it natural and low carb, obviously. And that's been good. It's been helping for sure. All right, Eli's still hanging out on his nub. Has not opted to add on. Perhaps waiting to either go fully bust before rebuying or just coming in for the one bullet and seeing if he can spin it up. Sometimes that's how people roll. He's going to make the call out of the small blind, and Slicer has just a terrible hand, but he'll try to limp it, and Sparks will punish them both. Eli, though, needs to see a flop. He's going to play this one out of position. Stacked pot ratio barely over 1. With 5 high. Bink's a 5. So probably going to get all the chips in. He does, and Sparks has top pairs. So Eli going to need some help. Backdoor clubs, backdoor straight. Going to need to make 2 pair or trips. Always has the elusive runner quad draw available as well. All right, I presume we're just running this once. Ace of spades and 10 of clubs. No good for the 5-4. Queen Jack will take it down. We'll find out if Eli is going to strap back in. He is going to strap back in, so he is getting another 1,500. 2,000 there from Bones. Continue right along.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying
Gary's saying you need carbs for energy if you lift weights. It's not actually how it works. Your body gets energy from different sources, and if you are doing keto, then in fact your body is getting energy from fat, and you don't need the carbs. So that's not quite right. Poker Monkey, you take emergency nightly? Yeah, dude. I wouldn't take it at night. Good lord, it's packed with B vitamins, man. That should amp you up right before bed. You do that at night? Damn. I always take it in the morning, man. I get pumped up. Alice saying they help with energy. So I don't have a problem with energy. That is for sure. I have been feeling super energetic here on this diet, but let's get back to this hand really quick. We've got raise to 75, Big Daddy Chaz. Eli coming in for 3 bets, and yeah, Chaz has ace-king suited. Just rip it in there, buddy. Eli, of course, ace-10 suited. Looked like a good hand. It was cutoff versus button, but somebody puts you all in, and you just rebought, like ace-10 shrivels up pretty quick. Hakabio says TCH live streams have become your nightly entertainment. Dude, awesome. That's really cool, man. I'm glad. Also, yeah, congrats on the 93 roll. That's awesome. But yeah, dude, those. Well, so I mean, if that's working for you, taking them at night, then more power to you. But B vitamins are just sort of naturally energizing, so you take one of those at night. If I were to take an emergency at night before bed, I would find myself probably tossing and turning for an hour. Just as my body like metabolized that. Michael Tilton, I take all of me vitamins at night, drink coffee too, sleep like a baby. I mean, that's how you do it. That's how it works, man. Good for you. Everything that you do is going to be different from person to person, right? I've definitely heard of people that are like, dude, I drink a cup of coffee and then I go to sleep. I mean, that's not me. That's not most people, but that is some people. So whatever you hear out there, whatever it is, like, just let your body tell you what works. I'm not taking emergency at night because I won't be able to sleep. I'm not drinking coffee at night. I won't be able to sleep, but, you know, more power to you if you can do that and you like it. Yeah, and I have no idea about the B12 shots. I've certainly never done one of those, and I don't know about the patches, but I mean, I presume these are things that you can just get like over the counter or whatever. Check it out. But I mean, the vitamin C or the emergencies, right? They're packed with B vitamins. They've got your vitamin C, healthy dose of a couple other things as well, sort of electrolytes and such, manganese, whatever, a little bit of magnesium. So they're like good little things to just sort of prop you up in the morning, in conjunction with some other things like a multivitamin. So I've really been enjoying them. And they're cheap, right? I mean, anybody can buy a box of emergencies and chug one a day on the budget.
For a single guy with no pre-existing, I mean, I know like elevator free, but that's
All right, 5, 10, and 20. It looks like driver going to be first in the driver's seat.
Yeah, mine covers a lot.
600 a month.
Yeah, I can go to
100 for 4 of us. It'll kick into like 50K.
Yeah, exponentially goes down. Like if it was, I had to do it someone else.
Good one, Kyle. See.
do you have like a deductible?
I have Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's like
All right, Eli here, Jack 9 of clubs. Good strong hand to open from middle position.
Don't have that anymore.
But after this COVID,
No takers so far. Bones has the look of a man that's doing something other than folding, and that is calling with 2 black sailboats. And Doge going to defend with a couple of 6s here as well. So 3 ways to a flop. Couple of small pairs up against the Jack 9 suited.
Yeah, I have a.
Eli going to be in position with the pre-flop lead, and I think I might have seen a 6 in there. I didn't. It was a 9. 2 of them to be specific. 9, 9, 5. Eli here going to flop top trips. Both Doge and Bones, though, with reason to continue had he bet. Now things are going to go off the value rails for Eli, as it's going to go checky, checky, Betty, fold, fold.
Of course, I'm waiting. There's a month before taxes.
yeah, you'll.
Big full pot size bet here, 200 and 2 quick folds. What do you know? Sometimes I know what I'm talking about. Eli will win, though, other than lose, so that's good.
Yeah, like you like us, like young.
Halfway through the broadcast here, 8:05 Central Time.
But like, doesn't
Happy to have all of you hanging out here tonight. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. 461 of you watching. Almost 200 likes on the counter. Look at us getting there. If you haven't had an opportunity to rear back and strike the like button with the force of 1,000 ostriches, then please consider it. Would appreciate your assistance in getting us over the 200 like mark. 5, 10, 25. Fold. Eli will not fold. He will raise to an indeterminate amount of 70 with a couple of black ducks. John G. coming along with the ace tray offsuit in the cutoff. A little bit of a spicy flat there. Doge got 3 bet and chips. The ace queen offsuit. 335. Eli has a decision here. It is all in or fold. And he calls. I never know what I'm talking about on this show. That's going to bring John G along as well, and we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Doge going to be wondering what on earth he's up against in terms of the ranges, but don't think too hard about it. You might hurt yourself. He is going to be first to act with betting lead here, so if he finds a favorable flop, he's probably going to bet. If he finds a dog shit flop, he's probably going to just check. This is a favorable one. I would recommend betting this flop most of the time, and if he does, he's just going to win. He's going to check, though, and that is unfortunate for him. Checky Checky and John G is like, dude, I have nothing but a backdoor spade flush draw. Backdoor royal draw. Let's call it a backdoor royal draw. So I'm going to bet. And now Doge is going to have to fold the second best hand. Probably. Calling here is just not not an option. He is going to fold. Yeah, I definitely think that you should bet there. Yes, your opponents may have a spade draw and continue. Yes, they may have a set of 8s and continue. Okay. You're going to find out about that real quick. And if they ever don't have it, if they have the hands that they did have, then, or a ton of other hands, right? Pocket 9s. Just, I mean, imagine the world is your oyster, man. Bet your gutty, and if they call, you could still drill the nuts. Jack of hearts on the turn one time, right? Ragnar Overby, if I come to the meetup game, I'm bringing a sippy cup. Yeah, that's what we really need. Y'all were talking about, like, hoodies and shit. We need some Chat Pro sippy cups. What y'all talking about? Ragnar Overby saying, big props to AA Ron and Padawan producer Kristen. I like that. I like that a lot. Padawan producer Kristen. That's a good one. Thanks, Ragnar. That's really good. All right, Bones here, 8-6 suited. We'll raise it up. Chaz will defend from the straddle with a couple of 7s. Ace high board here. Should just go check, bet, fold. Bones may have made this. Oh no, there's 2 hearts out there. I was going to say Bones may have made this a little bit too large, where it would actually be like, why are you betting so big? But Chaz is going to defend with effective third pair here. No heart in hand does give him an advantage in terms of calling equity. Tricky part though is that even though you don't have a heart and you unblock your opponent's heart draws, like they're gonna keep betting their heart draws. Or what are you just gonna nut up and call them down with 7s? Doesn't have to worry about that because it goes check check on the turn. He's gonna check the river, and now Bones. Actually, the heart completing is a good card for him to bluff. And with 8 high, he needs to bluff, and he should go polar. 325 plus. What is this? 275. A little bit on the small size, but if you did just make a flush, maybe you don't want to go too big. If you're betting ace-4, something like that, you want to get paid without scaring your opponent off of a king, something like that. Let's see if Big Daddy Chaz can see through this. His hand is really not a good bluff catcher from the traditional standpoint, but this is a bet check bet line that doesn't make a lot of sense. He is going to let it go. He realizes that like 7s with no heart is just kind of a bad combo, but I think he was onto something there by thinking about it, as long as he did with his hand as bad as 4th pair 7s. Like, hearts continues betting the turn, so why is he betting here? Bet check bet doesn't make sense. Like, hearts have the most incentive to bet the turn because they can keep repping top pair. Ace king high boards are like squarely the 3-betters, or not the 3-better, the opener's board. I would have loved to have seen Chaz find a hero call there and been correct, but also totally understandable to just let it go.
How'd your palette exam go?
Oh, it's on Friday.
Oh, it's on Friday?
This Friday, yeah. Thank you.
It's theory, like not a practice. You're not gonna fly it.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly.
All right,
Oh, it's like
dealer change. Looks like Tyler in the box.
So you have like
I have an examiner, so it's an oral
you're
examiner.
right.
Tyler coming on in to sling some cards. On his way to a pilot's license. Pretty cool shit. Padawan producer Kristen here says that he's got an instrument check. Wait, what is that? Instrument check ride? Is that's like one of the tests that you have to do to get the pilot's license? That's pretty cool.
You should go crazy.
I mean, of all the things that you could do as a human being,
Told you I'm a cool pilot.
flying is pretty freaking cool. I mean, it takes a shitload of time. I'm sure Tyler's investing a lot of money, effort, studying,
They're the best.
just time, you know, like in the cockpit, whatever, to
Yeah. It's just-
learn this and to get to the point where he is proficient, capable, That is pretty freaking cool. I would love to know how to fly a plane. Freaking awesome. All right. 7-4 deuce, couple of diamonds, 1 heart. Eli will bet his pair of deuces and a queen high diamond draw. I can't say I love that. Slicer here has a pair of sixes and a gut shot straight flush draw. Bones has the 5 of diamonds, so we won't be seeing the straight flush. And Bones will raise with the top set here. John G snuck his way into this with an unscanned hand. Bones is already scooping the money from John's original call. And he's like, no, you can't call, so just fold. And John G obliges. And Bones will take the pot. A little cheeky there from Bones. With that pot, Bones does move into green territory, up to Hundy now.
Shipper.
$90 bourbon.
Poop, poop, pee, pee, poop, poop, pee, pee. Thank you so much for subscribing. Ragnar Overby couldn't wait to hear me thank that one. Welcome to the team, buddy.
Yeah, but they have like a little.
That was pretty good.
What was it called?
It's like the poor man's version of doing a super chat. You just subscribe with some burner account that you just put like a really ridiculous name so that I have to say it. Yeah, I like it. That's gaming the system right there.
It's like a parachute, and it has like a little propeller in the back. I don't know what it's called, but there's a lot of those.
Squiroo still doesn't believe that you're a real person. Yeah. Ace 5 of clubs. John G gonna raise to 175. Pierre will 3-bet him. 600 to go now. No takers all the way back over to John G, and his hand kind of sucks to play as a call, but he will. The beautiful thing about ace 5 suited is that you block an ace and you're connected with wheel cards such that you can sometimes get bailed out if your opponent ever has like pocket kings or whatever and you don't just like bank an ace. But that's why playing it as a raise is so good, because its options are limited. This is really unfortunate. I suppose John is sort of like finding out where he's at here with this play. He's going to go for the check raise to 1400 after Pierre continues. The issue, though, is that the 7 of clubs, it doesn't help him. He is losing to all of the ace kings and ace queens of the world, and he's going to continue betting. Yeah, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do this because once you get called, I mean, Pierre is narrowed to king, queen of diamonds. King, jack of diamonds might 3-bet you. That size from the cutoff, maybe. Queen, jack of diamonds, I don't know. There's just no diamonds, man. All of the ace-x of diamonds beat you. All of the other ace-x beat you. Jack here on the end, please don't bet this, John. John is, oh, John's doing it. This is a 3K Hail Mary. And Pierre will go deep and receive it in the end zone. JTN 1968 dropping us a $9.99 super chat. Hey, thanks a lot, man. Says finally home, been dying to comment. Count him in for the Dallas Chat Pro meetup game, April 24th. Let's go. So Pierre hasn't snap called this, but you can't fold. So I don't know what thought process here is. We have seen Pierre make a couple of hero folds. I don't think this is one of those times. Yes, ace jack was one of the hands that you were beating. That just got there, and now you're toast. But this is 3K. 3K to win 14. This is very similar to where he folded last stream, where he had 25%. Like, he needed to be good 1 in 4 times. to make the call. He folded. He was incorrect. This time it is less than 1 in 4, right? 3K to win 14. I mean, this. Oh my goodness, he lets it go. This is another spot, man. John is going to get a let off the hook, effectively bluffing with a pair of aces here. No kicker. He's playing the jack on board. Pierre's kicker plays. He literally thinks that he's up against aces, ace king or ace jack, and while those are going to sort of dominate the range, what better hands do you ever have to call? Ace jack?
Cost me
Like,
4,000.
if you only ever have ace jack, I don't think you have enough hands to call. I mean, that's 1 in 5. You need to be right 1 in 5 times then.
Now I gotta play pots again.
You need to have way more hands than ace jack.
Can't lock it up.
Can't lock it up anymore.
I just don't agree with that. Just don't. I mean, Pierre, obviously very accomplished, very strong, competent player. You're facing 3 barrels. Check raise even. I get it. It's a strong range. It's really strong. I mean, I guess there's some sets in there that you're not even thinking about aces. So, but if you fold all the way to ace jack, 1 in 5. I guess it just looks so value-y. I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes. Of course, once again, I'm here hanging out with y'all. We can see their cards. They can't see their cards. So they're making decisions in a vacuum. They are making decisions based on past experience. They've got data points built up in their minds. They know sort of what they're doing and how they're doing it. And we can see it all face up. So can't be too critical. Ragnar Overby, I will bring Ziploc bags of spaghetti for everyone. Wait, are we talking like cooked spaghetti with sauce in a bag? Or is it just noodles? Like bare noodles? I'm very curious. Because I might quit the low carb thing if it's the whole deal. Cheryl Quintella, welcome to the team. Thank you very much for subscribing. $10-10 Trey here. Bones will flop top trips, and Eli, thankfully for him, will flop nothing. So he will just fold. Squire Ryu, oh, that's the date. I thought 424 was a fucked up blind structure. Yeah, playing some 424, that would be weird. Every bet has to be an increment of 4 or 24 or something? I don't know. That's awesome. Oh, did I just miss something? I wasn't here for the discussion. Damn it. There's a whole spaghetti undercurrent that I missed out on. Damn it. I do love spaghetti. Damn it, now all I want is spaghetti. God, that sounds so good right now. A giant freaking plate of spaghetti. I make really good homemade spaghetti sauce as well. I don't just go and buy the jar or the can. I make it, you know, well, I guess I buy a can of tomato sauce and small can of tomato paste to make my sauce. But then I put in mushrooms, bell peppers, onions, garlic, salt, pepper, sometimes even a few mystery spices, you know. Gotta keep some of those secret, but throw that all in there. Some ground beef or some Italian pork meatballs. Man. Slicer here with a couple of 10s. Still has the best hand, but not the most inspiring flop. Eli with a couple of 7s. 1.1K behind. He is going to make the call of a tiny little wager here from Slicer. We've seen Slicer do this in the past. These really, really tiny bets. Jack here on the turn. Slicer now has a gutter to Broadway. Checky though, and 6 of diamonds on the end. Let's see if Slicer goes for the value of another 75 or 100 here. I mean, I like it. I think a bet of 100 here is dope. 105. Give him the freedom bet. Oh, he's gonna check. He could have maybe gotten the freedom bet paid off, but he is gonna drag the pot nonetheless. 8:45. Shipped over. Raina says the comedian is fixing to start, so gotta go. All right, well, you have a good night. Thanks for tuning in, Raina. We'll see you again next time. Discussion about the messiest foods possible that you could eat at the table, and spaghetti in the bag came up. Oh, well, but it's in the bag. It's kind of contained, right? I mean, like, I get that you could fuck up and spill the bag of spaghetti all over stuff, and that would be awful, but I feel like a bare plate, just spaghetti on a plate, is far more likely to get at least spatters everywhere, if not just actual spaghetti, right? Because, like, imagine you, like, do the Slurpee, like a few noodles up, like, that's going to spray, like, you know, sauce everywhere. But if you're eating out of a bag, I feel like you sort of naturally hunch over into the bag and don't get it everywhere. But I do agree that spaghetti in general is going to be messy.
Don't tell them. That was a bluff.
Man, freaking love spaghetti though. Man, I might have to do the old low carb for a month and a half, whatever it's been, and then like just fire back up the old carb burning machine for a couple weeks, and then go back to the low carb. That might actually be the way to do it. You know, kind of mitigate all of the sort of long-term electrolyte and whatever issues that I run into. Just sort of oscillate back and forth, and as long as I do like a month and a half and then back for 2 weeks or whatever, 6 weeks, 2 weeks, I mean, that could be good. Also keeps your body in fine tip-top running shape or something. Eli here in a really tricky spot. This is, yeah, he's going to get all the chips in and be way behind. Going to need to find a queen here. Always curious when you see the ace-queen versus the ace-king, and ace-queen has 37% equity. It always feels like it should be way worse than that. But Eli is going to realize his equity, banks a queen, ace on the turn, a king and a king only will send him packing. And no, he's going to get the dub. Big Daddy Chaz will have to pay off the ace-queen to the tune of 1.3K. So one of the better stacks at the table to double up if you're going to run into it. So Eli will get the dub and is still stuck 1.3K.
It's supposed to be like a thing called bechamel. Just like in flour and butter.
Yeah. Well, it is true. It is sort of challenging to get the spaghetti out of the bag without making the mess. That much is true. I can't say that I've ever eaten spaghetti out of a bag without dumping it from the bag into a pan or onto a plate. Like actually consuming it from the bag itself is not something I think I've ever done. In fact, most of the time I don't eat things. No, that's not true. I eat, I've been doing a mix of pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, and peanuts from a bag. Actually was eating those on the stream just the other night, so I was about to say I'd like never eat anything from a bag. That's not true.
Hey, I'm down there, man.
All right, Pierre, not a believer in the ace-6 from the big blind. Doge, though, a believer in the K9, and he will raise and take it. A little bit tight there from Pierre. I think ace-6, while not a super strong or inspiring hand, is going to be strong enough to attack the blinds and the straddle. I guess it's all just straddles at that point. If it was a double straddle pot.
Yeah, you guys might have a double pick.
Oh, yeah, she probably
I hope so. And Brooklyn trade's looking great.
Squirroo trying to get a new hashtag going. Hashtag pray for Padawan. Because you're an apparition. You're not real. Pray for the unreal Padawan producer, Chris. She got a real kick out of that, so.
We had a number 2 pick last.
She's real enough to laugh about it.
He has like very good.
He's playing well. Like last couple weeks, he got really
Sparks here seems to be a believer in the K9 from the hijack. Gonna make it 60 to go on the $20 straddle. Doge though, waking a cup with words are hard. Waking up with a couple of jacks. Will raise and win.
in the fourth quarter and overtime. He had 30 points.
All right, after that last double up, Eli sitting on 2.6K, still bringing up the bottom of the chip stacks here. John G up top, 14.7 after taking that big one off of
And he's become like
Pierre.
When you have a
after being like a negative defender. Like,
Very interesting decisions. I do think that when you played probably as much poker as Pierre has, you've run into these spots enough times where you're like, these dudes just never triple barrel me. Or check raise the turn and then fire the river for tiny. Like they just never do it without the nuts.
like, I feel like Giannis is
Fold all the way up until I have the nuts. Like literally just fold everything that isn't the nuts and by and large saving money, which is earning money. Every time you save money in poker, you're earning money. Because part of the game is losing. And if you don't lose as much as you could have or should have or whatever, then you've made money. So, I mean, it's
like war.
it's understandable from that perspective, and yet I also feel like there's sometimes where you just kind of have to nut up and put your chips in, and you know, like win or lose. You're too close to the edge.
So it's those two, to be honest.
John G here getting tricky, flops top pair, top kicker, checks it over, and the worst card in the deck here for John peels off on the turn. Does not hit Pierre, so Pierre will go for the call though with ace high. And John will continue betting here for 400. Now Pierre's like, okay, the jig is up. Like you either had a queen or king or something. I can't win anymore. Shuts it down. John will drag another pot.
Really? Do you have anyone else on Memphis that's good?
Go lay down.
Oh,
dude.
Gary C looking to buy a new 2022 Kia Stinger. Those cars look pretty freaking awesome.
That's what
They got a lot of power. The new Kias are pretty dope. From the Stinger, the Optima got some power as well. So yeah, really pretty cool cars. And man, those things look sexy. I remember when you saw a Kia on the road and you were like, that thing looks like it's about to fall apart. And I hope that the owner and their family don't die on this road trip. Now they look spectacular. They've got good performance, and yeah, just all around have dramatically improved the value of that brand since when I was younger. That is for sure. We used to call them, you know, I mean, it was Kia, which is KIA, like killed in action, right? Sort of the way we thought about it when I was younger, but no, they look pretty cool. All right, 3 ways to a flop. 9 high, 2 tone. Slicer flop second pair, which is best? Question mark. John G with the lion's share of the equity here has 2 overs, gut shot to a straight flush. Bets 400. Slicer not going anywhere just yet. Has the backdoor club and binks another 8 here. So John G's equity drops dramatically. Checky, and how about we just run out quads here for Slicer? John G, who had infinite outs, has now completed with queen high and doesn't even bluff. He doesn't even bluff. And Slicer can't believe it. He's like, how can you don't have anything. You have to bluff. And John G's like, no, I have queen high. I want to see you showdown. And Slicer will win the minimum with quads.
I'm glad I played with cash at that bar, dude, honestly. I would hate to see how much money that's going there.
How's your golf game?
JT in 1968 worried about his figure before the Chat Pro meetup game. Need to drop 10 pounds. Well, sorry, buddy. Just keep eating out of a bag, and somehow that'll burn more freaking carbs or yeah, I don't know, whatever.
You see that?
19. Oh, you got the. Oh, you have the Optima SX Turbo. Okay. And you're going to do the trade-in
Finally catch them
on the Stinger. Yeah, dude, the 300 horsepower base on that Stinger is pretty freaking sick. I mean, I don't know exactly all the ins and outs on the engineering. Like, I know that they've done an amazing job of improving the look of the vehicles. Let me come back to that here. John G going to raise and then call. The small 3-bet here from Driver, who once again has aces. John not going to connect with this in any meaningful way and is looking to go for the check fold. He's folding before Driver can even get chips across the line. And Driver is 2 for 3 with aces, but the ones he's won were quite small. The one he lost, quite large. So still looking to get unstuck from aces.
Here? Nowhere. I don't have a place. Lakeside.
But yeah, the I'm not exactly sure in terms of what Kia has done from a longevity standpoint. I know they've been offering a pretty good warranty, similar to Hyundai, in terms of like trying to get new buyers to switch over from traditional like Honda, Toyota, and some of the garbage American brands. But the engineering, like what's under the hood, how long it's going to last, I'm not exactly sure. I think Hyundai probably has the most like reason to believe, because they're willing to strap 100K like full warranty on the car, which is like, wow, like if this is a beater, then they're gonna fix it for me. So you generally tend to believe people who put their money where their mouth is. But good luck, man. I hope it's a good car if you do get one. 10's here for Driver. He's gonna see bet and win, as Sparks had not much.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Squiroo giving the old check this box if you're not a robot for Padawan producer Kristen, but she's busy not monitoring the chat, so she's not going to click your box, bro. Brennan Harrison here with a question: when is a poker player considered pro? And I think everybody has a different opinion about like what a professional is. It's a little bit curious to me. I think it's fairly standard, which is sort of exactly what Captain Underpairs here says, that if poker is what you do in order to earn a living, then that means that you're professional. Now, you can be a bad player, but be playing full time and still be considered a professional, which is why some other people think that it's not a very good descriptor, because they're like, look at this guy, he's garbage, he's winning like 3 big blinds per hour or something, right? Like barely scraping by eating ramen noodles, and you're going to call that guy a professional. Well, okay. You think professional should mean that they're a better player than just someone who plays the game full time. That's understandable, but at the same time, like, how do we come to a conclusion? I don't know. I generally tend to think that, you know, without getting all high and mighty, it's like it doesn't matter how much better than someone else you are. Just like if that's what you're doing full time, then you're pro. Obviously, the better pros are going to make themselves known, and you're going to not want to play against them. Pierre here is going to turn a heart flush draw. We'll make the call after John G bets with his top pair and up and downer. Big Daddy Chaz, a couple of deuces into the muck, and heads up to a river we go. Pierre looking to complete the straight or the flush, doesn't get either. Pairs up, and that's not going to be an inspiring card. John G will go for value with his straight. 9-15 in the middle. Shouldn't make this too big. Well, no, front door spades did miss, so if his opponent ever did back into some sort of 2-pair holding, had 9-10 maybe on the turn, something that didn't want to raise because it was a little too connected, yeah, you can go for full value. Will not get paid off, though. He made a big, chunky bet.
Yeah.
I've been like the whole time. Like,
JTN drives the VW Jetta R-Line. Nice, dude.
Yeah, worth like many millions of dollars. The bubble is like
Oh, wow. Okay, the 22 Stinger has a new 2.5 liter turbo, has 50 more horsepower
wife got like poker
and
news
torque.
up
Wow.
just seeing it.
That's a big upgrade.
Like if you catch
Good
these,
lord.
baby, I'm over here catching
And 614 Dan will stick with his boring Honda Civic. Dude, Honda Civics are freaking awesome, right? Like, and these days, That freaking turbo, man, 1.5 liter turbo. It doesn't even matter. You have a baseline, and those things are putting out some serious performance. And yeah, the chip shortage, Poker Monkey. Yeah, I'm not buying a new car anytime soon. I was hoping I was going to bink that 300K in the tournament, and then I could just sort of shrug my shoulders and be like, yes, I'll pay you 6K over MSRP because I just want this Honda Civic Type R right now. But no, not doing it. 3 pairs on the turn. Sparks here best with the overpair of 9s. Very likely just going to be a bet, fold, fold. And it is.
So many tournament guys with the glasses. Yeah, to do the whole thing.
Persona thing.
I had a guy like stand up and pace around for like, I had like 6 big ones.
But yeah, I mean, buying a new car right now is just sort of ridiculous. Buying a used car is also ridiculous. I'm just going to rock my beater until things maybe settle down. They may never. Who knows, right? We just sort of slowly drift into the dystopian sci-fi future that we saw in the movies. And you only own a hover car if you're ultra wealthy, and the rest of us just ride around on bicycles in the gutters of the underworld. But who knows? My beater still running strong, so happy to keep on driving it for right now. Driver opens from early position. Chaz 3 bets from next to act, and everyone else gets out of the way. So we're going to go heads up to a flop here. Driver with 2 overcards and finds one. Pair of queens now best. Natural check to Chaz, and there's actually not a scary board here for 10s. Does opt for the check back just to maintain pot control. Driver going to continue with the tricky trap. He says, you might have something like, you know, 8s, 9s, whatever. So I'll check it to you and let you value bet, which Chaz obliges. Driver here can go for the check call, and this actually sets up a pretty good spot for Chaz to value own himself on the river, except it's a jack of diamonds. And there's not a ton of jacks in driver's range, but yeah, you just can't bet again. And because you can't bet again means the driver doesn't get any value. Oh, man. Good stuff in here.
There's some flops that hey,
True poker degens, drive beaters, or drive their mom's minivans. I mean, yeah. You do, you know, just anybody really. It's like you drive what you need to get around. Anybody that's like gotta have the new thing and out there like leasing something that's like barely within their budget, you know, it's like, you know, you're trying to live a life that you just can't quite afford, and maybe it makes you feel good enough that it offsets the fact that you're always month to month and everything, and that's fine. Like, people do that. But that's not me, right? Like, I don't feel like I need to have the brand new 2022, 2023, like Honda Civic SI or Type R or whatever, and like stretch myself to do it. It's not my nature. I'll drive my old beater, and one day I'll upgrade. Till that day, do what we do. Driver here flops top pair, top kicker. Pretty good spot. He's going to go for the check call once again. Check raise this time, actually. And Sparks will just release the queen jack. And actually not a terrible spot there for driver. It's a little bit of a connected board, though, that if you check raise and get called by all of your opponents, sort of like overcards with hearts. Or, well, I guess if you get re-raised, it's not the worst thing in the world. Like top pair, top kicker, you don't want to fold. But if you do get re-raised, then you could probably do it, not feel too bad with it being a 7-high board. At the end of the day, I think the check raise is a good spot, defines sort of your range and your opponents. And yeah, just take it down right there. That's ideal. You know, you see an overcard peel, which is going to be most of the time. You're not going to like it. So, well played.
God, there's so many guys doing that in the tournament. at like the lowest, like, you know, when the blinds are like.
A lot of folding. Pierre not going to use the Jack-9 offsuit as a raise, similar to the Ace-6 offsuit we saw earlier. So Doge will get to take this one down.
Is, like,
It's an
it's
open.
like basically like build the website and then basically runs itself. I have one employee and she works the website and does all the cash outs and stuff, so it really requires almost zero time for me.
Donnie here says all this car talk is letting me down. Had an unfortunate run-in with some black ice last week. Sorry, man. I lost my Honda to a similar situation. It wasn't ice as much as just there was a river in the middle of the highway. Because here in Texas, they don't really plan for drainage that well. And hydroplaned my ass right off the side of the highway and down the ravine and through the bottom of the ravine. And my car did not survive. Hence me driving a beater now. Thankfully, I had a beater as a backup and it's working just fine. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. Had a Honda Civic Si, beautiful car. Gonna drive that thing forever. Coming up on 200,000 miles and still kicking strong. And I just destroyed it. Doge here with an overpair to the board and a gut shot to a straight. Pierre with 2 overs, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. Bet of 240 here. This is a little bit borderline. I think you kind of have to continue. This is button versus small blind, so ace high is actually going to be best a fair enough bit of the time, right? Because like 3-betting from the small blind with queen 10 suited, queen jack, king jack, things like that are going to happen quite frequently. Pierre is going to pick up a diamond draw. Doge will check it over. Doge can have something like queen jack, queen 10 still that just picked up a pair and is now looking to get to showdown. Pierre, though, picking up that equity, is going to bet. The question here for Doge is, what queens does his opponent have? And the answer is not many. Ace queen and pretty much exactly ace queen. Now, there could be some other hands mixed in there that are better than 9, something like 10s, jacks. No, those are almost exclusively 4-betting. So, pretty tough to find one, actually. Set, maybe? Comes in a 5, pairs the bottom card, and 9s are best here. Doge will check it over. Pierre shuts it down, says, nah, you're probably going to call me with everything you've got, and I'm just done. Pair of 9s wins the hand. Well played, Doge.
Something to do it that way. Hey,
What the hell?
Nice.
I see what you
That's not
that way you can play on the weekends.
Akavillo here wants to know, how big is Austin TCH compared to Dallas TCH? We're probably half the size, maybe not quite a third of the size. Dallas TCH is quite large, a lot of tables and always packed and just blasting. Austin TCH also gets a lot of traffic, but it's just a smaller room. I think there's like 13 tables or something here, and Dallas probably has like 40, 50, 40. I don't know how many tables there are in Dallas. It's so actually, yeah. So Dallas is probably 3 to 4 times as large. 3 times? 3 times. I don't know. Both places are awesome though, and freaking blasting all the time. So if you want to come in, play some 1-2, some 2-5. Those games are running here at TCH Austin all the time. You go up to Dallas, 1-2, 2-5. You got PLO, get some 5-10. I mean, everything's running up there all the time. It's just absolutely awesome. We have 26. Dallas has 26. Okay, so they're twice as big. Okay.
They have fish tacos.
That's like their signature.
Gary C thinks I'm the kind of guy doing calculations on my abacus while driving 15 miles under the speed limit in the middle lane. You got the wrong freaking dude, bro. Good try.
I'm like the biggest Cabo Bob's guy.
No, I actually got.
Oh, I did that. I did that.
Okay.
Dude, fuck.
Bones here with nines. His turn to try the nines. And Pierre has ace 10 of diamonds again. Sorry that I missed the action here, people. We're getting caught up here on the river. Bones will check it over, and Pierre with the ace high
I don't trust your ass anymore.
was the pre-flop three better.
It was just kind of like a little bit of a burnt
Went for the
No.
bet, check, and bet line here. And the king is a fantastic card for him to do it on. See if he keeps it super reasonable. 940 in the middle. He bets 500. Yeah, that's squarely in the value range. And Bones, I mean, this is just a straight up hero call.
I do. I like my bread soft.
I like my bread. I like some good.
Yeah, and he's going to let it go. Any other card lower than a jack, I think Bones can make that call and feel like it's just a straight up like bluff catch. But when the king peels and his opponent bets 500 there, it's just it'd be a hero call.
A cheeseburger?
From a fast food place.
Oh, okay.
Still. I was like, what the
Wow, where'd you take it?
Whataburger.
Really?
But I've only been here for 2 years.
You're also, you didn't grow up in Texas. You're from Texas.
That's wild. Dude.
What did you have told me she never had a burger? Yeah, I would have been.
Ragnar Overby has a completely different vision
Why
of me.
hasn't she had a
Bumping early 90s hip hop on blown out speakers while road raging at I-35 traffic. Also not me, but I like that one. That one feels more like my personality than Gary's.
I saw a tweet.
But no, y'all are both pretty far off.
Banning Facebook, Twitter, McDonald's, Burger King. It's like Russia's gonna be like the healthiest and like most like mental
All right,
health,
heads up
like,
to a
best
flop.
They're gonna
country in the
try.
world.
John G will flop best with a pair of aces. Slicer though.
Take away all the
Social
The
media, no
jack
fast
of
food.
Take away
diamonds.
McDonald's and KFC.
Obligatory check call here for 200. Full pot size bet. Jack of spades here on the turn. Does give Slicer a pair to go with his flush draw.
it's so sad it's gonna
John will continue betting though to the tune of 400.
Like 95.
Yeah, the sanctions just
And now
backfire.
Slicer with the pair to go along with it. He might be getting the feeling that he is behind and just sort of piling in bad money after bad. Yeah, and he's just going to let it go.
There's like an uproar about like
It is weird though when you pick up equity and then have to fold to a down bet, right? From the flop bet with full pot and then it's a smaller bet on the turn.
after 10 p.m.
But, you know, you weren't really trying to make pairs. You were trying to make a flush, and you didn't.
Would they turn it
So,
off?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
shit works for TikTok now. They like get paid
After
by
10
China.
p.m.
It's
you can't
weird.
log in on your
yeah,
TikTok.
I mean it's like a spy operation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Literally, like,
Yeah, I know. I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah, Chinese government.
Like,
Yeah.
I tell all
and
my
Americans are like so dumb, they're like, okay, yeah, it's fine.
all right, we'll get to 25 on
I
here.
tell all my friends, bad friends.
As we have just about reached the 9 o'clock hour. We're 10 minutes out.
Yeah, I always heard about TikTok.
Means
That's why
that
I
we
never
are
downloaded
just
it.
about into the
It's
final
literally
1
Like a
hour
Chinese
That is-
spy.
broadcast. Been
you read
action-packed night here. Although we did have a bunch of raise and take it's earlier,
if you
but
read the
yeah,
privacy
for the most
policy
part,
of
things have
TikTok,
been
it's like,
pretty action-packed. We did have a $50 straddle, so Pierre tried to raise to 75. Turns out that it was a min click to 100, and we've had a couple of players make the call. Spark's not going to get involved with a King Dewey suited.
oh my god.
Peeling off the flop for a hundy there.
I'm telling you, bro.
Driver, Slicer, Pierre, 3 ways to a flop.
TikToking is-
Pierre, the pre-flop aggressor with that spicy little min click. Ace high board, 2 hearts, 1 diamond. Checky, checky, checky. Let's take a turn.
Fucking shit.
Seven of clubs changes nothing that we can see.
What was that laugh there?
There's a lot of us in this fucking
Adam wants to know what year my Civic FI was. It was 2012.
Snap balls, you gotta laugh at that.
I'm always happy to win pots.
Yeah.
Because I recently followed her.
on TikTok.
Not on
The
TikTok.
2.4 liter,
I saw somebody's
naturally
Instagram, I saw it.
aspirated. That thing got up and went, man. It had some pretty good power. Had 200 HP. What was it, 160 some foot-pounds of torque. So, you know, it got up and did what I needed it to do. Topped out at 136. I had a lot of fun in that car, a lot of fun. All right, Bones, you're going to raise it up with a couple of 5s. Doge will 3-bet. This is a early position open from Bones, and a middle position 3-bet. Bones will make the call. Going to try to find a 5 out there if he can. And bingo bango, what do you know? Second set here for Bones. Natural check over to Doge, and for Doge's sake, we hope he doesn't have an overpair to the board. Is going to c-bet here, as yes, Bones can have all of the sets, maybe not the deuces, but depends on how loose his open is. But yeah, still just not the best flop, but if he does have like aces, kings, queens, what is he going to do? Just like always check back. Bet a 155 here. Bones is going to give him the business here. Has a ton of draws available for this check raise as well, so beautiful spot to go for value. Raise to 475. And this is just sort of culminating in sort of, you know, one of those perfect storms for Bones if Doge does indeed. Oh, and he does. He's got the pocket kings. Yeah. Because the draws are so plentiful, the Bones can be doing this with all kinds of stuff. Like, I mean, you pick a hand, you can find it. The 8 of spades pairing is, or sorry, the 8 of spades pairing the 8 is actually not that scary of a card for Doge, because it's more unlikely. Like, Bones could definitely have a boat, like 8-5. No, he's probably not opening that, certainly not calling. So never mind. That doesn't really matter. It's just completely irrelevant. It actually narrows the number of value hands that Bones can have, because 8s is now out of the mix, and if he doesn't open deuces from +1, then he's down to exactly a set of 5s for value, and after that, it's like bluffs, right? 6-7 of clubs, things of that nature. Bones is going to bet 1K here for 2/3. I think Doge just has a slam dunk call in position here, play some rivers. And this one is sort of playing itself. A lot of it is just going to come down to bet sizing here. Bones is definitely setting himself up for a river jam. Did Doge? Yeah, Doge just calls. Ace of clubs on the end. And this is awful. Bones is now dead to aces. And an all-in is like all of the ace-x of hearts just got there. Let's see if Bones actually goes for something less than an all-in just to try to get paid with the ace pairing, or not pairing, but hitting the board. That is the one card you, I mean, well, not the one card, but it's one of the cards that you really didn't want to peel off to get paid. You wanted like a 10 of diamonds, you know? Like a 10 of diamonds, just fantastic.
You know what, I was just thinking to myself, my wife will photograph photos.
Yeah, Bones is still going to go for it, though.
Perfect, yeah.
I think this is just all in.
We'll go into business. I want 51%, but you can have 49.
Yeah, there's far too many chips going from the back to the front and getting counted that this is just going to be an all-in for the 3K. So just under a full pot-sized jam here, and Doge. If he finds a way out of this, it's really probably because of the ace on the end. All of the ace-x of hearts just got there. And
you know one thing I never had? It's pop.
You can also dream up plenty of other busted draws that are like, oh, well, this seems like a card that I can rip. The thing is that, like, 3-4, if that ever existed, that just got there, too. I don't think 3-4 really exists very often, but, like, maybe.
Yeah, it's like...
It's see them everywhere. Very basic. Very basic. It's fast food Mexican.
This one's tricky. This one is. I mean, I just don't know. You really have to do a deep dive on what you think your opponent's raised from early position. This is +1. Raised from +1 and call a 3-bet. I mean, obviously the 3-bet size wasn't massive. It's just 3x, so you can call with almost your entire range without really being exploitable, especially since you're already going to have a narrow opening range from that position. So, yeah, if you think that he's just up to no good, you make the call. If you just think that he can't, yeah, he makes the call, and he is going to pay off the full amount. Fives versus kings. Doge going to take a big hit there. Will chip down to 1.8K and will now be the shortest stack on the table. Tough spot there. And really just a fantastic, amazing, like, confluence of all of the events there for Bones to get paid in that spot. Front door draws miss. There's really like one combination of 8s and 3 combos of 5s, and you just can't really give them credit for very much else. Just happen to have it. Just gonna have to pay it off. And understandable spot. Tough one though.
Did you go in there and ask about it, or did you just grab it?
No, here's what I did.
Got a whole, he's got a system.
I guessed that out. So I need to buy some of these. So I went to like the expensive section. And I was like, and I was like, no, too much. So, okay, this one. It looks good. That's as far as it went. That's what we had.
Oh man.
Would you go to like Total Wine or whatever? Where'd you go?
It's like a alcohol place.
Adam asking, was it a coupe or a sedan? I had the 4-door sedan.
That narrows it down.
Oh, you had the 2014, the blue SI with the carbon fiber hood. Nice. Yeah, no, the 2012 it was pretty bland. Let's be honest, it was pretty bland. Even the coupe didn't really look that sexy, but the later models for sure looked really good. And man, the 2022s look really nice. I think the SI looks fantastic. The Type R, of course, is also just banging. I would love a Type R. All right, multi-way flop here. Ace Queen 8 Rainbow. John G with the toppest pairs.
Honestly, I don't remember what I had.
Unless Pierre has something worthy of a continue here, this is likely to just go folds down the line. But Pierre does indeed have something to continue. Driver and Eli will, of course, bail out. And Pierre, if he had something like a Queen, Jack, King, Queen, he just picked up trips. Tough spot here to continue barreling as John, but he has shown a propensity to do so in some of these mediocre spots. Pierre will make the fold now, potentially holding something just like a pair of 9s or maybe an 8-7, something like that. Is just going to fold it now.
I've been playing on the same level.
Move right along.
We used to all the time, yeah. We used to play every table like 2-5 higher. We'd be on like 8 to 10 tables.
It wasn't that many, but we'd be on all of them.
Acapulco rolling a 97. Nice. I don't know if it's possible for me to gamble, but I'm going to peep my points at least right now.
You're going to be homeless. You need to sell some assets.
Liquidation.
Yeah, $100. The best offer.
Bond it now, whatever I get. This thing's not worth anything.
All right, $25 straddle on here.
You kids only have one monitor these days?
No attackers yet.
Oh, you got the curved one. Oh, I
okay,
see.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't need more than one.
Slicer, though, on the button. Sorry, Sparks. Going to open the Ace-9 off to 75.
One table on each shirt.
Pierre, the last man standing. King-8 off, worthy of a defense.
That's 4 and 8, so you can 16 them.
Yeah.
I remember those days.
He'll make the call. Heads up to a flop
You
we
can
go.
play 12-8 and just win.
Yeah.
Just crush, really.
Queen 9-8 two-tone.
Party account.
Sparks will outflop Pierre. Also has best hand 3. Check, a bet, and a call upcoming.
Oh, right. There are all the skins.
Wow, Pierre just lets that one go.
One lose blue, one lose whatever.
Pierre playing a little bit tighter this evening. Not interested in pushing back against one of the strongest players at the table, Sparks, from out of position. Understandable, however, releasing pairs even as lowly as the bottom pair there is folding down pretty far.
What is your name?
24 tables.
You remember?
On to the next thing.
It had to be a play on your last name.
Yeah, well, it wasn't good at all. I think it was like Gil Poker
All right,
or something.
I'm going to fire one off
I
here.
just,
Let's
like,
see if
well,
I
had
can
made,
get
like,
one
4
through.
accounts, and
Not
I,
sure
like,
if it'll
wasn't creative
take.
picking names.
Tone it down a little. Let's go 200. See if I can get it done.
They actually
Uh-oh, Queen
banned
of
all my
Poker
accounts
gambling the 20 right
worth
before
on the
me.
play game that I wrote this
See if she
small
took a
ass
bad
account
one.
thing.
She did. 33. Oof,
Like, all right,
unfortunate. Sorry to see it.
Gil Poker. He's like, fuck, that's what I don't want.
And I rolled a 20, so not much better. In fact, not better at all.
I believe it was 20.
So we both lose.
That's what Nano Noko was doing, right?
He was
Capital F indeed. All right, John G gonna 3-bet the open from driver.
Was it 16? Okay.
Doge gonna play this one tricky out of the straddle, flatting with the kings, flopping top set, but look at that connected ass board.
16 you can do full tilt.
John G flops a straight. Driver has an up and down royal flush draw. We know he won't get it because John G has the ace of clubs, but Doge is in this tricky trappy with top set.
I remember setting it up where like it would
Check,
all be
check.
stacked
John
and
bets
it
his
would jump out when it was my
swap
turn. And then I
Broadway
would have no
straight,
idea
and
what's
Doge
happening
is
when
going
the
to
turn
pile
came,
in the
because
rest of his
it would
chips
jump out
with the
again.
top set here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Driver is like, how do I play
overpair
the
and you bet three straights.
this hand?
And if you don't have an overpair, you fold.
This is one of those spots where you just never want to fold your hand, and yet you probably have to.
I mean, the only way that you can do
Driver is far too deep to call here and then get back, or not back raised, but re-raised by John, right? Because then you've just committed another 620.
And people were like in the chat.
No, it's more than that. What is this?
What
Oh, it's not. Doge was on dust. Oh, we had him in there as having 1400. Okay. Well, so we know that he got tuned up on that last hand, right, against Bones. But so we had the counts wrong. He does in fact only have 600. And John is actually not allowed to re-raise because it's capped
Custom icon on there.
from the small sizing. My goodness.
No, they didn't offer it.
It's ace here on the turn. Both players now playing Broadway, and Doge is going to get chopped in half by John G and Driver here.
What do you guys say in the video?
Yes. Right.
And Doge is like,
That's
what?
it is. I see him all the time.
He does not show his hand.
No,
though.
not you, but I see guys like
But we all
He actually might have
see
said
that
no to
played kings as a trap just to try to get all the chips in and triple up. Did get all the chips in and then didn't triple up in sort of really gross, unfortunate style. Tough break there.
Need that fleshy. Oh, no.
Does look to me like I saw the universal sign tap on the table
come check out Thursday,
of Doge
5, and
not
it's like,
rejoining us
there's
here.
tables like us here and like
So we will either be getting a new player in or
it was like,
playing without
everybody I've seen this picture is currently at the lodge right now. I don't know what I'm doing.
that player for the remainder of the show.
I think that it had to be the most.
Carlo here in the chat, rip Doge indeed.
Well, you know, these boots, it had to be like.
Enthusiast says John played that terribly well. So the tough part for him is that because he bet 400, the raise was not large enough to reopen the action. So Slicer was able to, Driver was able to make the call there, knowing that his opponent could not re-raise. One of the unique things that happens in this game when someone makes a raise that is not technically a valid raise, then it does not reopen the action unless you have not already made an aggressive action yourself. So, for example, Driver there could have raised, having checked initially, but he could not. But John could not have once
John's on one.
called this game. Anyways, on to this hand. 3-bet pot once again. Queen Jack of Diamonds for John G. A couple of deuces for Slicer. It's a middling connected board. Checky, checky. Another middling connecting card. 7 of spades. And Slicer will go for a small probe here, 150.
No, it was.
And
it was like
John
a
is going to
full
call
fight.
with 2 overs and a gut
But I was
shot.
fine. Like,
And brick it. 4 to a straight
I was
flush.
fine.
Slicer
6
wins
hours later,
with a
at
deuce
midnight is when it starts
of
good.
spades flush.
I swear to God. I was like, this
really?
is fun. Yeah, I was like, this is like good.
There it
fun.
is.
And then
That's the best
6
hand the whole
hours
way,
is
you know?
midnight, and I'm like, I need to go home.
Give that man the
Now.
Is that a thing? They take that long to keep
It took him that long. Yeah.
Really?
He gave it to me like at fucking 5 p.m. at midnight. I'm like, yeah.
How many milligrams did you take?
No, it was a 5 millis. Like, it wasn't much. But I'm a lightweight. I never take.
I love this conversation. I heard little pieces.
You're right. You're right.
Take a lot. I haven't taken any in like probably like 2 months, but
I took
I keep forgetting that I
took
have them.
40 on Saturday with the bluff for me.
That's
I was
insane,
fucking
yeah.
flying.
No,
All right, on to the next
Coming
one.
up with inventions like
Eli
Sparks on
and
there.
Once
the
I have
$25 travel slasher will be
The
first
ones I
back.
have, the
I
small.
got shoes. You wear the shower too. Why not?
The ones I have, the smallest one is 50. So like, yeah, it's like
You guys are insane.
Bone's going to open here, ace-jack suited
Most fucking savage animal here I've
from the
ever met.
cutoff,
He takes like $100.
and no takers.
yeah.
Takes like 150 to like get high.
I'm kind of like that too, honestly.
You guys are
Like I spoke about it. Like
Looking at the chip counts,
If I
John
take
G
100
still at the top, 15.6K in pole position. Aggression frequency, Chaz leading the way, Eli down at the bottom.
I would just like cry in the corner, ball up, call my mom.
dude, I was in Florida.
Seriously.
5, 10, 25 here.
And I like, like in an hour, I was sitting in the shower naked, and sitting on the ground. And my girlfriend was like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Here, I'm in Italy. What are you gonna do about
John
it?
here, not a believer in the 7
How many
I was
milligrams?
sitting in the shower, just like curled up.
How many milligrams?
I just pass out every time.
Big Daddy Chaz waking up with a good one out of the small blind.
I always take way too many.
75, small raise here.
I just pass out every time.
Eli will look him up with a dominated king. Go heads up to a flop. Chaz with the lead, Eli in position, 9 on the flop.
I like to lean into
So
it.
Chaz with 2 overs and a gut shot, mandatory to continue here, and
40
Eli
milligrams,
a
scroll,
mandatory
read about your
continue of
brain
his
crush
own.
and nukes. That gets the
Heads up
paranoia up,
still
and then
to
you're
the
like,
turn,
wow.
6 of
We could
spades,
die,
doesn't change
you
the
know.
texture that much.
That kind of paranoid.
7-8 just got there.
One of my friends like me paranoid.
Oh, really?
I think all my friends actually hate me.
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
do
so.
that.
Generally
Actually, I'm positive.
shut it down here as Big Daddy Chaz, but he's going to size up and go big, try to push his opponent off of a 9.
I get the.
I fluctuate between
And
like,
we'll
I'm
get the job
paranoid,
done.
like everything's going bad. I'm never like tomorrow. I'm not.
Aggression is just
like my life's
awesome.
incredible. Like why don't
Generally,
I enjoy it? Like,
speaking,
why am I mad and just like
going to
depressed
do
sometimes?
better things for you in the long run.
Unless you're happy. That's the thing.
Kind of a weird connected board there to think that someone's going to shut down, especially if they have like pair of straight draws.
I'm not supposed to look to be happy.
His opponent so just have sort of the right combination of cards to be like, I don't really want to nut up and face the third barrel with a pair of 9s,
That's all it is.
and does just get a good fold there.
550.
But
Does
weed
Chaz.
does that.
All right, 5, 10, 25, and the 50
brings- sometimes
on
it
here.
brings me back to like, I don't know, it's weird, like to reality in a sense. Like I could see myself from an outsider's perspective when really high.
Whole lot of
I'm like,
folding
what am
going
I
on.
doing in this area of my life? You know? I haven't called my.
And
like,
indeed, we're going to fold all the way through. John
It
wins.
makes me like think about
Yes.
it.
Two cards, 10-4, why
I
not?
can be a better. I can be a better brother, a better boyfriend.
And Judy really needs my help.
Or like I'm being addicted to this person for the past month. Like
Happens to me
sometimes
like
you
every
don't
day.
realize. It's like a small version of an ego drop.
Casey asking if y'all can hear the table chat, and yeah, no, I think everybody
I should
can.
be a better husband.
Which is why when things aren't happening, I'm just kind of sitting back like me. Conversation and having a really good time.
Married for 5 years. Fuck off. Man, fuck off.
Did I not put a small in there?
I hate everybody.
75.
Bone's going to open here, suited wheel ace.
That's the opposite of alcohol. Alcohol is my, I should go to a strip club with Bones and Bruce.
Life sure will defend a small blind.
I'm getting a good
Jack
set of
9
titties.
club. John has the same hand that he had last time, 10-4 offsuit. Gonna pitch it in this time. Casey says, please disregard to anyone of authority that might be listening. Indeed. Ace high here, still best. But is going to fold.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm gonna bring him every week.
Around the turn.
Alrighty, guys. Thank you very much, Ryan. Appreciate it.
Nathan here saying he loves the Honda SI. Yeah, hell yeah, man. Civic Si is a fantastic vehicle, especially the new one. I mean, it has the same powertrain as the base model, but with a little bit more juice. Not much, but a little bit. 1.5 liter turbo, but they get a lot of power out of that power plant. So yeah, pretty cool. And I would feel perfectly fine driving the SI. I would of course love to drive the Type R, 2 liter all day, every day, but quite a bit more expensive. You can get the SI for 30. Type R is like 45, 50.
And I also have these ones that are, I forgot what they're called, I'll look them up. They're 100. They're like really
Nathan driving the V6 Accord 6-speed manual. Hell yeah. No, it's all about the manual, dude. If you don't have the 6-speed, then you're really missing out on just the enjoyment of driving the vehicle, I think. My SI was the 6-speed. I guess
You do. The first time I took it,
there was some conversation about the SI being 6-speed or automatic, but I think they did settle on just 6-speed. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Crossing the wires, but here we are on a dealer change bomb pot 10-10-9.
Like everywhere in California, the little chocolate bars. It's like an eighth.
Yeah, that's what I've done too.
It's just a lot of fun.
You can buy them from this chick on Etsy. Makes me can. She'll ship them. They're like amazing.
Get some of these cards scanned in, and so far we're just checking.
You're a chocolate.
Check all the way around.
All the way through to a free 5 of clubs on the turn.
I took like
It was an accident.
I took 2 squares and I was laughing.
It's not like a bar. It was like a one, but it was.
Eli here sitting on a pair of 9s to go with the 10s on board. Also has a weak club flush draw. Is this the best hand that we're working with? John G had a gut shot. Sorry, up and downer and gut shot. Queen of clubs comes in. That's going to complete the jack high flush here for Eli, but Pierre is going to fire out at this. I'm going to guess this is a naked ace of clubs.
Seat 5, 200.
Flush.
Folds around to the 2 seat.
No, looks like no. It's a flush. Yeah, he's got another club with it. Looks like the 6 of clubs. All right, so he's got the best flush that you could have. John G looks him up with not the best flush that you could have and does pay that man his money.
Okay. We doing any mandatory straddles?
I know.
So it's not mandatory, but y'all are doing this anyway.
If someone doesn't do it, we'll
I checked. You can't hear the.
I don't think they can hear us.
Yeah, speaking of the Integra, that was my second car. Was a 98 Integra. Had a 1.6 liter, I mean, it was a little golf cart, basically. But I had a lot of fun in it, and it was so light that, you know, it was sort of like the old CRX, right? Where you just got to zip around in this tiny little thing that weighed nothing, even though the engine didn't have much power. And I had a lot of fun. No one could sit behind me, I'll tell you that much, because I'm a tall guy, and I had the seat all the way back, pretty much resting on the bench seat in the back. So it was not the roomiest of cars that I've ever owned, but it sure was fun. All right, Eli will open and win. But yeah, man, Hondas, Acuras, they just such longevity, you know? I mean, I've done most of... there were a couple of things that I had to get the Acura. Well, what did I actually have done? I guess I don't remember everything, but I did most of the things. Changed out the struts, the axles, brakes. Yeah, I mean, I've done most of my own work on my vehicles since I first bought my Integra, because when I first bought it, the guy that sold it to me had completely worn down the pads all the way down to the hardware, and you know, I didn't know enough about cars at the time to really check the rotors and check and see like how the brakes were doing. I just sort of, you know, did the quick test drive, whatever. But it turns out that he had just sort of rubbed a bunch of oil onto the pads so that you couldn't hear them grinding and squealing. So not long after I bought the car, I had to get the brakes replaced, and then the place that replaced my brakes put some old shitty calipers and stuff on there that were all worn out and everything, so I had issues, and took it back to them, and they said, wow, you need to replace your calipers and stuff again. Anyways, let me get back to that story in a moment. As John G here has flopped top pair of sixes, is behind the over pair to the board from Sparks. And it's going to check all the way over to Sparks, and he should feel quite comfortable betting here. 375 in the middle. He's going to go for 175. Relatively small sizing here. If he is up against a set, he's going to find out about it really quick. Straight is also possible given the multi-way action here. Somebody having something like a 5-7 is possible. 5-7.
What are those? 5 million?
We're just going to fold all the way down the line. Sparks is going to drag the pot. But yeah, the question about the brakes, right? It was like, what the hell? You guys sold me these brakes like less than a year ago, and I'm having these problems. You can't tell me that I need to replace them. The dude like pulls the caliper off and brings it into me like sitting in the lobby or whatever, and he shows me it's all pitted up and rusted. And he's like, they sold you new brakes at this location less than a year ago? And I was like, yeah, I have the receipt. He's like, well, somebody strapped some old shit on you there or never even changed them, so we're going to replace these for free. And they did. And afterwards, though, I was like, you know what, I'm never taking my car to a shop if I can do it myself. And I just taught myself how to do stuff. And busted up my knuckles, you know, took a lot of skin off my hands, and had a lot of head scratching moments trying to figure out how to get certain things off and back on and whatever. But there's nothing quite like doing it yourself. I saved a lot of money and learned a lot. Highly recommend it. Certainly if you're just getting, you know, if you're new to car ownership, you're sort of a younger person, whatever, just learn how to do some stuff yourself. You'll save a lot of time, a lot of money, and it's actually pretty easy. Don't think that you always have to take your car somewhere and have a professional do it for you. A lot of that stuff can be done. Driver here, going to flop top pair. Sparks with the eights once again. Going to try to make them work on this board. He's going to face some resistance, and now his opponent has top and bottom pair. Sparks should just be shutting this down, looking to get to showdown at this point. No reason whatsoever to continue betting with a pair of eights here, other than to get your opponent to fold something like a pair of queens. And he is going to bet, overbet here, turning the eights strongly into a bluff. And driver is pumped because he is never folding top and bottom.
It's nice to play like with like.
And is going to play this as they check call. Sparks here now has got to realize that the jig is up. Yeah, he could every once in a while be on busted diamonds at this point. But man, you beat busted diamonds that don't have a queen, and if he does have queen X of diamonds, you're going to have to bet like 1.1. You're gonna fold it? Yeah, just shut it down. Spark checks behind. The ace-5 is good, and driver will drag the pot. There's something to be said there for hand selection in terms of bluffing. Like taking the eights and turning them into a bluff, it's not a bad idea. It's just, if you do it with all of your middling pairs, then you kind of start bluffing a lot because you're already going to have a lot of Broadway combos like King 10, King Jack that have natural continues on that turn. And then also all of your diamond draws, right? As well as maybe even some of your backdoors, right? Like backdoor spades came in, so you keep bluffing those. Like if you take it all the way down to your pocket pairs, then you sort of start bluffing too much. So it's not a terrible idea. I'm certainly not going to say anything like that, but I do think that you have to be cognizant of taking hands like that and bluffing with them a little bit too frequently.
I can't really smoke drugs. It triggers my anxiety.
That's,
I wish it didn't.
but all of them.
Squiroo here says 100%, putting gutters and drains in at the moment because of Noah's second flood here. Saving thousands because you're not paying someone to dig a hole for you. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, doing stuff around the house, absolutely worthwhile to do yourself as well. I mean, yeah, learned this one the hard way too. There was An issue at the house I was living in way back when in undergrad, actually.
It honestly feels like
Did you flick this to me or did I?
Like there was a leak in
hard
like up in the ceiling or whatever. It was basically we'd gotten a freeze and it had cracked one of the pipes going to the outside spigot, and so then there was this really small like hairline crack or whatever in that pipe because it was sort of exposed and in the ceiling, like leading to the outside from the basement. And anyway, so there was this little leak and there was like water coming in through the wall or whatever. So paid this guy to come and fix it, and it was hundreds of dollars to bring this plumber over, right? And then I'm looking at it after he'd left because like he took the panel off and got in there and stuff. And like what he had done was just nothing, right? It just like soldered in, like pipe soldered in this like U joint that it had the problem. That was it. Hundreds of dollars, and it was $5 in parts. And literally, like I taught myself how to do pipe soldering right after, because I was like, that's ridiculous. I can't believe we paid this guy that much money. And then when I had an issue with the irrigation on the outside, on the other side of the house, soldered in a new pipe. It's done. Easy peasy.
Well, then it might cost more. Like my friend has a Tesla. It charges all night. For a full
don't know
charge,
anybody
it's all night.
who has a car that might want to lease a car for like 2 months? To me?
I'm in the same
For real?
boat. I have to buy a car.
No, you got 2 nice cars.
No, my mother-in-law got one.
I'm looking to borrow a car for someone for like 2 months. While I get
Honestly, I
a new
need
one.
a car too.
Drives a nice BMW.
All right.
I gotta go to Houston. this
Punted
weekend.
off
I need
my
a fucking
points.
car.
I think it was a little after 9, so
I'll lease you.
I think I have to wait until
Ask your mother-in-law.
How old's your
by
mother?
9:45. I'll do one more gamble
got
this
a wreck.
evening. I don't think I can get one in before then. Roll up to see.
Thousands.
I rolled a 20 at 9:02. So yeah, I'll get one more gamble in here at the end of the broadcast. And that's just about it. Gary C squeaking it in, 51 there, barely getting it in. John G gonna raise it up to $80.
My mother's still alive too.
Driver on a couple of red 10s here on the button. This is an early middle position open from John G. You can play this as a raise or a call. He is going to raise.
How old are you?
My dad's older.
That'll get everybody else out of the way.
When are you turning? When is birthday? When is your birthday?
John G, though, I don't suspect he's going to fold a hand as strong as ace jack off here.
Okay.
John, I found your answer for the charging. About 3 to 4 cents per mile.
Yeah, 250 will come across the line for John and heads up to a flop. We shall go.
500 miles?
300 miles.
I think they have 500s, right? The Tesla.
$50 now.
They don't go 500? What's the height?
Well, I just know like my Mazda SUV goes like 320.
Ace high board.
I fill it up
I think
and
the
And
roads-
once again, John G going to come out and
It's
donk
not-
lead this for 400, and the driver will just
How
fold.
much USD you guys?
like my.
Let's see here. Nathan asking, how many times did you forget to check if the oil pan nut was actually in? I've never actually done that. So
Wedding thing and he's
I don't know. I sort of, I'm a little bit neurotic when it comes to DIY stuff because I don't like making mistakes. So I'm usually very methodical about, like, before I do the next step, I'm like, okay, double check that I reinstalled the nuts and make sure that I change the oil filter right before I go and pour the oil in, and then I'm like, oh no, I didn't do the filter yet. You know, that kind of crap. So yeah, usually I haven't really had those issues, but certainly if you get into a rhythm and you just kind of like everything's muscle memory, you can find yourself in a weird spot because you kind of don't pay enough
Half an
attention.
hour, 20 minutes?
Put it there
you
and
just
you go get
Netflix and shit, yeah. It's not that much cheaper, but you saving the environment, I guess.
I thought there was like a deal.
But that would
to
be
get,
pretty
like,
awful.
free supercharging.
Leave the oil pan nut off and then just like pour your 4 quarts in and then
I guess maybe, I don't know.
see the the river of oil sort of
Honestly, I could be wrong.
come out from
I
under the
remember
car.
it not being that much cheaper.
Sparks here with
Because
best
remember
hand
he
ace
telling me,
high,
like,
picks up a pair on the turn. Goes queens on board, small bet and a fold. Game over.
I want to get.
It's a great car. It's a great fucking car. Besides the expenses, it's a great the Tesla.
I like their
It's a great car.
entertainment.
The auto,
Yeah, I just
autopilot-
want it for the screen. To be honest, that's
Yeah.
No, the
All right, checking the
autopilot
like
is
counter, we're up to
the best part.
255. Good stuff happening here. Thank you guys so much for doing that. Everyone that has chipped in, just smash the like button. Nathan says it's happened one too many times. Oh man, you're guilty of it more than once. That's unfortunate. Squire Roo says that I strike him as the type to over-engineer shit, do it once and never have to do it again ever in history. Maybe not that far, but I mean, I am a physicist and an engineer at heart, so I do tend to want to make sure that things are going to work after I fix them or build them or whatever. John G here, 4-3 suited. Will make the call after Pierre opened from early middle. Heads up to a flop. Ace high, couple of sixes out there. This is Pierre's board. John should check to him, and Pierre should continue for a small size. And he doesn't even get the chance to before John mucks his hand. All right, Carlo, the chat pro, is headed to bed. Good night, man. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time.
I mean, I didn't crash anybody. I crashed myself under the railing. I didn't know that shit. But it fucked my car up.
Looking there at the B pips, John G is at the top. Pierre, they're holding the Lottie line at 15%.
Yeah, so he drives
You gotta pay us this 9%. I don't know.
Yeah, he drives home and sends us the photos. I totaled my car.
Yeah, it was bad. The roads are bad.
No, they weren't. They were alright.
All right, still no replacement players here after Doge
I had to wait in my
took his
car when they
lead.
keep going.
I'm very fucking
No, slow motion, like going.
You see what looks to be still a full game of 2-5 operating in the background. Can not entice any of those players to pop in, I suppose. Big Daddy Chaz here, going to raise it up, ace-jack, and find defenders in John and Bones. 3 ways to a flop. Diamonds represented heavily here. Those would be spicy. 1 diamond in the window, but none behind. John does have a gut shot. Bones and Chaz working with overcards to the board. Chaz will continue small. Half pot here, 125. John's going to peel one off with the gutter and backdoor diamonds. Bones has had enough. Another 5 here on the turn. Checky and probably just check back here from Chaz. Second card pairs. There's really no incentive to build the pot further. 6 of diamonds though. That's going to go ahead and give John the straight, and he'll fire out 200 here. Problem for Chaz is that while his hand is sometimes best with the ace high, it just really sucks to see the 6 peel off, because if he had a 6 and he made a pair, if he had a 4, he made a straight, right? Like, and what is he sticking around with? Chaz is a non-believer, is going to make the call, and he's like, is that a straight? That is a straight. I lose.
I found out where I get that free super.
Yeah, one of those tricky spots where it's just hard to find a bluff. Like, you bet and your opponent calls. So they've got to interact with that board somehow, unless they're just like going to float you with like king 10 off and just hope to bank a pair, and then just like randomly bluff the river. I don't know, maybe. It's just hard to find those bluffs, but he does pay it off. Understandable. Had a good ace high.
Question is, why isn't the BDC in on the referral business?
What?
Why isn't the BDC in on the referral business?
I ain't got a Tesla. I thought about getting a Tesla before I bought.
All right, final half hour of the broadcast. See if we get some spice.
Dude, I was just I was like, I have like 25 grand
No
to put on a
spice.
car. I can put it towards a Tesla and like have a car payment or like buy this Kia straight up.
Sparks will put in a little piece with the 7-6 suited. Bones will make the call, quick call here with a couple of trays, and these 2 players can go heads up to a flop.
Dude, I love that thing, man.
My wife's car way better.
There's a 3, but a couple of spades and a 6, and this could be action-packed here. Checky. Wow. All right. Sparks opting to keep the pot. Are we check again on the ace of diamonds? We are. 8 of diamonds, and this pot could have absolutely exploded, and instead there's no money in there. Bones is going to bet 125 here, and Sparks, who had everything,
What's the kid?
now just finishes with a bad pair of sixes. He's just going to fold, and his pot went from 0 to 0. Point two.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, there's a world within which that goes check, c-bet, check raise, call, big bet, call, big bet, fold. Right? But like, wow. None of that happened.
They're not putting out quality vehicles. They can barely feed their people, but they're putting out a damn good card in the United States.
Donnie, what part of action flop did they not understand? Yeah. Well, so, I mean, there's something to be said for strong players playing against each other in these spots. Like,
It's like if you go to Cuba.
you know, a lot of us will look at pair and a flush draw and be like, you have so much equity. Like, you should be building a pot to try to win a big one because you have so much equity. And the flip side of that is that you have a pair of sixes and have showdown value. So, yeah, the flush draw is, like, good, but
No.
building the pot only ever works if your opponent has something that will pay off the flush if it hits. 7 high flush is kind of middling, right? Like, we can go down the game theory road all the way and flesh it all out, but at the end of the day, it's really not bad to just check back a pair of sixes, right? If you just took the spades away, forget you had those, and you have a 6, you're just going to check back. Okay, now add on the spades. Okay, you have some extra value, but do you necessarily have to bet?
Do like over 5.
Check, 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 check.
And Russia too, I think.
But that's like why it's a difficult question.
Russia
because-
exports gas, though.
No, I'm saying they export to Russia.
Oh, to Russia.
Would be my guess, but I can't think offhand what it would be.
All right,
Okay,
a
I'll
lot of
take
folding. Bones
0
will
and under in the U.S.
do God's work and raise it up to
North
75.
Korea to the U.S.
So they don't
Of
fold
course
all
it's
the
0.
way.
All these sanctions, been sanctioned for years.
0 and under.
Chaz here, defendable hand, king 7. Unknowable hand.
Hey, I'm taking
But-
0 and under. Like, if they send like fucking one thing, I'm lost.
Queen 9-8. Rainbow. Chaz will flop king high. Checky, checky. Another queen here. King high could be best. Checks it again. Bones will start betting now. And that'll do it.
That bastard.
See, it takes it down.
Drink it.
I will.
It's self-cleaning.
What's gonna happen?
It's self-cleaning.
No appreciation.
It's self-cleaning. Alcohol.
Seems like a nice
kills
guy.
all- Yeah, it kills all
Seems
the
like
it kills all the AIDS and the herpes and everything. It'll kill it all. You'll be good.
So what's gonna happen?
On to the next hand.
A Seattle Adam?
You already,
If you
you already see what he had against you? I guess he wasn't. I guess it was like ace queen against you. That hand against you.
I just assumed there was something over there.
Oh, I thought it was kings or queens or something.
I mean, if this way.
E6 and arch probably makes the most sense.
One time it pays off. Usually, step up the nuts.
All right, going to be 25 to go here. Slicer
North Korea
first
actually
hand.
exports a lot of stuff.
Oh, fact checked you guys.
Fuck.
Getting fact checked.
And then everyone answer is like some obscure shit that can never be guessed.
It's probably like
It's gonna be some.
I'll say this. What was
I don't want to bring it
a
back.
good question would be that's guessable. What was their number one? What was their number one?
A lot of not
export?
much happening out here.
It's something along those lines.
Pierre, though, queen 3 suited on the button. He's going to open this up.
Cold.
silicone.
Eli will take a flop. Best hand, out of position, ace deuce of clubs. Comes all 5s. Pretty
Number
good
one
flop
export
here
now
for ace
is
deuce, all things
electrical
considered.
insulators.
If you have the best hand,
And then
great.
electric
If you
storage
don't,
batteries.
you've always got outs.
Who are their main trading partners?
Check, bet a 125 and a quick call. King here on the turn. Eli now working with nut no boat. Nut no boat.
All their okay,
Checks it over.
what do you think
Pierre
the
will bet
percentage of their
again, and
total-
Eli now is going to release the best hand.
So China's that one obviously.
Steady aggression
What would,
gets the job done.
Probably trade with like a grand Venezuela.
Who's the what percentage of exports do you think China buys from North Korea of their total export?
They're at the cumulative winnings that popped up there for just a brief moment. Like John up
Yeah, he
6K.
wouldn't ask unless it was local.
Yeah,
Where the
John
fuck are
up.
these sending stuff? Middle East?
Live 25. I'd say so. China is
John up
43%.
6, Bones up 4, Slicer 2.5.
Number 2 is
What I'm seeing
Myanmar,
here.
9%. Right. Myanmar. And then number 3
Used to be Burma.
Number 3 is very random and interesting. Poland.
All right, Sparks here under the gun. Goes to 75.
Yeah,
John
dude.
gonna splash into this pot with ace-7.
They have like a civil war going on, don't they? Then they get
Driver gonna
they had a
come along as
dictator-
well,
or not dictator, they had
10-7
a
suited
military
variety.
coup.
And
Is that
Eli
they had the one woman
gonna
and
get in
one
there.
man
He
and
says
one
double
piece?
me down and double me up.
Right,
Eight
yeah.
Trey.
But she was like
And
Carol.
Slicer getting priced in as well out of the straddle. So we're gonna go multi-way, 5 ways to this flop. 10, 9, 4. Couple of diamonds out there. Eli picks up a bad diamond flush draw. Another 10 here on the turn. Changes nobody's. Oh no, driver here has trips. He checks back the top pair, no kicker, and now with the trips, is going to go ahead and bet. Eli feels compelled to see the final card. Needs a diamond and a diamond only. And not the 7 of diamonds. It is an 8. Will give him
I'm actually genuinely curious what the hell is
2 pair. That is no good. Checks it over. Driver here. Small bet. Half pot. 400. Something like that. He's going to go 5 1/4. Queen Jack just got there.
That's really random. It's basically
Even
all-
ace-9 could be going for value right here, right? Like, honestly, if I'm driver, it gets checked to me after checking through on the flop, then check call on the turn. Like, I'm going to bet ace-9 and even king-9 here for value. So
Have you watched those documentaries?
Eli in a pretty bad spot to hero call. Having 2 diamonds is especially bad.
I'll watch it.
There's one on Vice that the guy who founded Vice. He went there for like a week. It's
He
so
looks
good.
like he could be contemplating putting on the cape and going for the hero call here, but we can see, of course, that that would not be great for him. Also, generally speaking, not an ideal spot to be doing it. He is going to make the call, pays off the 525, and things just not really going well here for Eli. Perhaps just trying to dig a little bit deep, a little bit out of the sort of the standard fare, just to try to find a win. And unfortunately, doesn't find one right there.
It's from that documentary, or whatever it was.
And I know, like, when you go and visit, they, like, only show you a specific thing. They show you the little ship that they caught from whatever war, Korean War, or whatever, and everything is very, like, you know, don't look over this way. And they were supposed to have, like, the tallest hotel, but it was never finished.
Yep. 525. And everything else is just pay no attention.
All right, 5, 10, 25. John going to be first to act here.
25 to go. Sorry?
Going to come in for a raise, couple of Johns under the gun. Bones, big slick here next to act. Going to put in 3 bets, 375 to go now. Chaz with a couple of sailboats. Now, this is a spot where, generally speaking, you flat from this position, then you get 4 bet from +1 and or under the gun, whatever, and everything sucks. John is generally not the kind of guy to put in a ton of 4 bets. So Big Daddy Chaz sort of recognizes that this is maybe a spot that he can sort of get in here and see a flop for a reasonable price, try to hit a set in position. Does make the call. John does make the call, and here we go to 876. Big Daddy Chaz going to flop effective 4th pair and a gut shot to the straight. John is going to just lead out here for 400 bones. Is like, well, okay, cool. That's not the board I wanted to see.
I mean, I have a half brother, like it's younger.
Chaz here has a pretty bad hand. John is basically repping all of the hands that just beat the shit out of 4s. And yeah, board pair 6. 4s are pretty much toast if John bets again, and John is absolutely going to bet again. Chaz is just waiting to fold, I think, at this point.
That's crazy.
very value heavy size here as well. Is this 7, 800? Yeah, 800. This is just like, call me. The call of the wild value bird or something. Big Daddy Chaz does recognize that call. He's heard it before, and lets it go.
Yeah. But yeah, so I grew up like at this meeting.
Pierre was always coming up.
So crazy. Have they ever been here?
All right.
My dad visited like
9:41 here. I think it's just about time for another gamble. You know, I got one left in me.
good day.
Let's go big. Go big or go home is what somebody said one time.
No, when you were a kid, like, you're like, oh.
Hit him with the old 500.
Did you watch a movie or something?
All right, ready for a fat double up here. Give me like a, oh, come on, man, a 15?
Grew up with like American culture, like
Running bad.
movies, songs, like MTV.
Running bad. Poker Monkey is signing off. Well, you have a good night, man. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you, and look forward to seeing you next time.
They really do paint it over this.
Yeah. I mean, all over the
John won't defend
I'm gonna play poker.
his straddles
I went to Spain, everyone like,
this time.
yeah, it was very
Exactly. Yeah, we TV shows. Like we watched like
And
Knight
people
Rider.
people
and,
talked about like United States like it
18.
was some like fictional like place.
Bone's going to be in the straddle spot. He's
People
on his
talked about the
phone,
United
but he'll
States,
be
like,
back at it here in a moment, I'm sure.
Yeah,
He'll
like
have
when
the
the
straddle
first time I
out
went to New York City, it
once
felt like
it
it was
is
inside of a movie.
made known to him that
I
it's his turn.
think like 80+% of people randomized would choose to come here if they could.
This is one thing that I love about the state of Texas and poker here is that the straddles just happen.
Honestly, like
They happen
sound like
most of the time. I mean, I guess there's plenty of 1-2 games where the straddles don't come out, but you know, I sit down and I put this $5 straddle out there, whatever, like nobody loses their mind. You know, they've all seen it before. It happens pretty regular. And certainly at the bigger games, 2-5, generally going to play as a 2-5-10, and this game going to play a lot as 20 or 25. All right, we got a raise to 75 driver. Going to go ahead and get a little bit frisky here from early middle position. Jack-9 off. Going to get called in 2 spots. Slicer and John, all the middle cards. Not all of them, but a chunk of them represented here. Comes 5-6-7. What do you know? 8-9 is a straight. John, let's see if he donks out here or if he checks it over to his opponents. He's going to come in donking, though.
No, no. I just didn't wear a hat.
Donks and everybody folds. Shows the straight, and he's like, come on,
I needed an
bitches.
8.
Where my money at?
Jack-9.
Jack 10.
Jugnu here wants to know, in Texas, is it a rake or a poker club membership? Well, it's sort of neither. Okay, let me just say, the pots are not raked. They do not take any money out of the pot. You pay an hourly fee to rent the seat effectively at the table. So you must be, first of all, a member of the club in order to come in and hang out with us. So you buy a daily, a monthly, or an annual membership. Then you're a member of the club, and you can come on in, and then you get to rent a chair for $12 an hour and play as much poker as your little heart desires. And yeah, Padawan producer Kristen is reminding me that Tuesdays are Member Appreciation Day, where you get half off your hourly, so $6 an hour. Come in and hang out with us on Tuesdays. The best deal there ever was.
I forwarded 8 aces versus. I was in a position. He was
All right,
right
this
next
looks like Action Eric, if I'm not mistaken. We do have a new player, and it is Action Eric. I could just see it. See it in his hands.
Turn 6 o'clock. And I just bet.
All right, raise to 125 here. Driver, early middle position once again. Chaz will make the call. Not going to opt for the third bet with ace-6 suited. And this is going to give Pierre a spot. Could either squeeze or just flat. It is going to come in for the squeeze. Out of the straddle. That's Eric here in the biggest straddle, still yet to act. He's going to let go of it. And yeah, this should just get all the way through. Chaz has no reason to call a bet and a 3-bet with a hand as weak as ace-6 off. Gonna do some chip inventory and let No, he's gonna give him the old, yeah, well, okay, all right, and that is not an inspiring look. He will get to play this one in position, but his hand is super capped in terms of value. He pretty much just has to hit an ace and then nut up and call a bunch of bets. Flush, I suppose, would work as well. In any case, it is going to come 10-9 and a 5. So top 2 here for Pierre. He's going to check. Chaz will check back. No harm done yet. Picks up a pair of 6s, though. That could inspire him to pay off at least one wager. Pierre here should be going for value. I think now's the time to put 1,000 out there.
Bet players all in.
He's gonna rip it. This is a gigantic overbet. Effectively 2.3x overbet. Interesting line here. He's making this look as bluffy as possible so that he can get heroed by Chaz with a subpar holding, which is exactly what Chaz has.
5-7 of hearts.
And this is sort of the pitfall of calling an open and then being the only player to call the 3-bet. Like, I mean, even if someone else calls and then you call the 3-bet, like your hand is super capped. And then you find yourself in these weird spots. Like, this is a super weird spot. Dude's putting you all in for 2.3x pot, and you have a 3rd pair, and you're like, what do I do here? Right? It's like these sorts of spots, you can just avoid them by not playing the pre-flop like this. And it sucks, right? Like, sometimes you just kind of want to see a flop, but...
8 is good?
Pierre is going to look, and he's going to be like, all right, I'll show you the 10.
Alrighty, guys, that is going to be my time.
I had 2 pairs.
2 pair? How do you got 2 pair 3-betting on that board?
Thanks for playing, everyone.
We tried to
I was
trap it.
trying to get cute.
Carlos asking overbet or afraid of 2 flush draws. Well, I don't understand necessarily the difference there, because the bet isn't. The bet shouldn't be indicative of like fear necessarily. It should have purpose. A bet should always have purpose, but it shouldn't necessarily be driven by fear. Now, there's 2 flush draws out there, but a good, strong, aggressive poker player never sees a flush draw as a bad thing for an opponent to have. You see it as an opportunity to get their chips, because flush draws miss, right? It's a draw. That's sort of the whole point, right? Yeah, you might have a lot of outs, and yeah, you might have a sizable chunk of the equity, but you having 30% equity and me having 70% doesn't mean that I should just like want you to fold 100% of the time. Then I miss out on you putting more money in when you're only going to win 30% of the time, right? Like, that doesn't quite add up. But if you're going to win 30% of the time, but I get you to put in 50% of the money, or 50% of the pot, whatever, right? Like, if you understand pot odds versus equity, then you can charge your opponents more money than they will win in the long run if they call you, and that's a win for you, right? Like, being afraid of the flush draw is sort of something that players do mostly incorrectly. So no, there was no fear there of like my opponent could outdraw me. It was, I want to make this look bluffy because I have a really strong hand, and my opponent can call me with hands that I'm way ahead of because of the way that I've sort of made this look. And at the same time, if his opponent does ever fold a flush draw, then he doesn't realize the equity, and that's also fine. But I just wouldn't necessarily put fear into the equation.
Check. Check.
Check.
Check.
Check.
Check.
All right, Sal back in the box, so dealer changed bomb pot once again. Checks through on the flop. King of diamonds here, bringing in a backdoor diamond draw.
Check.
From what we can see here, nobody really has that much. We do have a bit of a wrap on the bottom end here for Slicer. Eli top and bottom pair. Nothing that
You only have a pink chip?
Eli is going to bet it though. He's like, I don't have much. Got top and bottom pair. Maybe somebody will put some chips in here with something and then miss their draw or whatever. Gets raised by Action Eric after Pierre calls. And now Eli just sort of pumps his chips into the middle and is like, well, it's either this or nothing. So let's see what happens. Carlos Cortez here dropping a $10 super chat saying thanks. Yeah, absolutely, man. Always happy to answer questions and interact. So thanks for that, man. Really, really appreciate it.
Don't do diamond.
All right, Eric, the only remaining person in this hand after Pierre got out of the way. And Eric will turn over his hand triumphantly as it appears that he's backed into a diamond flush. I see King Deuce and 10-6 of diamonds. All right, 10-6 of diamonds. It's oh, there we go. Okay, King Deuce and the 10-6 of diamonds for the 10 high flush draw. So that is going to do it. Eli is going to get felted. He's going to reach into the pocket, pull out a few more chips, and fire it back up as it looks like he's got another 2K here.
I'll do 20.
All right, Eric finding out that we are indeed always doing the straddles. And Eric is a man that loves to put the straddle out there. If it comes over to him and it's not much more than 25, 50, whatever, that dude is going to put it on. So, absolutely.
Why is everybody kicking me in the fucking nuts?
All right, 50 is on indeed. And Big Daddy Chess says, no. 50 is not enough. Let's make it 200. This is the last hand? Is that what you said? Oh, for you. Okay. All right. Padawan producer Kristen was saying words that made me think that this was perhaps the last hand, but it's in her world the last hand, which means that we're somewhere around 10, 15 minutes behind that. All right, Pierre here with a juicy little hand out of the big blind. Folds to him, ace-jack of diamonds. Raise this up to 700. Once again, this was a $200 quadruple straddle. Or triple, whatever the hell it was. Chaz not going to defend, though, with the 10-6. He says, nah, brah.
Run it back.
He's going to put the 200 out there again, though. Going to try to juice this pot up and see if he can get a little bit unstuck, as things have not gone particularly well for the large father Chaz here tonight. John G, of course, still the biggest winner here. We can see that massive accumulation of chips over there. Pierre still sitting on extra chips he did not start with as well.
I know the song.
He does,
I drink alone.
I drink alone, that is alone, that is alone.
Oh,
Bones
that's
certainly
Yeah.
600. Okay, get some bangers.
in the black slash green. He's going to raise it up, 600 to go here.
I know that one too.
And Chaz waking up with it, ace queen suited. He's going to pile it in.
I need a squid.
And Bones, we're going to make the call very quickly.
Hit it to run it back too.
And unless we're running this more than once, we're just going to count down the stacks and see how much Chaz is likely to win here. Sal, one of the quickest in the business, we've seen him hack up these stacks real quick like. And not much counting to do there. It's just 2,600.
No more action.
All right, Chaz looking to hold here. Bones with 28% equity. Queen high here, one diamond. Another queen, and that's going to do it. Chaz will ship it for the full dub.
It's going to be 3 of a kind.
Yeah, rip it one time. As favorable run out here for Chaz, and he'll peel a few thousand off of the stack of Bones. And let's take a look here. Bones still up, only 1K now. Big Daddy Chaz got himself unburied to the 1.7K mark. Eli down.
Chess is the second smallest stack now. Watch out.
Yeah, that's all he needs. That's his game.
Appreciate it.
Big man. Small stack.
Nice contribution there from Chaz as he gets the dub. And onwards we shall go.
We'll do 100 this time.
All right, so it's a straddle, life 100.
Squireroo here.
100?
Y'all's gooses are cooked. I love it. You really hold on to that one. She's real, man. She's totally real, bro. I wouldn't say that if she wasn't, right? Or something.
300.
Eli will limp the $100 straddle. John G gonna raise it up here. Ace 4 of clubs. Bones will flat the open. And folds back around over to Eli, and he's gonna back raise jam this. I was gonna say, I wonder if he's going to do that. His hand is like sort of too good to not. And quick fold here, and Bones is gonna have to potentially double up another player back-to-back hands. I think that hand is too good. Yeah, he's gonna make the call. And this is gonna be sort of classic race here. Ace Jack versus King Queen. Eli looking to hold to get unburied a little bit himself. It is gonna come king high, no help, needs an ace and an ace only. That's not gonna do it. And Bones will subtract Eli's stack from the table and chip back up a little bit after that hit from Chaz.
I tried your strategy, it didn't work. Got it all in.
If you didn't straddle, that was the key.
Yep, Eli is going to maintain the chips that he holds and ship some cash over to Bones to keep those chips.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So 100 looks to be on, or perhaps just,
Okay.
yeah, it is the 100. Eli quick to be like, no, I don't need those greens, bro. This is a $100 straddle.
Now what do I do?
So Eli here will start with 20 bigs for this hand.
Straddle, life 100.
I gotta do it the right way. Am I supposed to look first? I went blind.
So far, no good.
250. Hey, 250.
Over to Pierre, waking up with
Look first, I'll
Pierre.
just go in blind.
And Eli here in the straddle, ace 10 offsuit. Let's see if he piles this in. Try to get another dub, or attempts to get a dub. Once again, let's see here. I think ace 10 is good enough. Yeah, he's going to do it. He's going to rip it, and Pierre can't fold. And this is what happens here towards the end of the stream, that's for sure. People start piling it in with different things and straddling up to where the number of blinds that you have is just sort of low. And
Here comes a 7 on
so yeah, here we go, 50-50. Ace high board here. Eli way out in front, got to dodge a 7 and a 7 only, and he will. Eli will get a little piece back, and money's just moving around, you know. Eli gives to Bones, Bones gives to Chaz, now Pierre gives to Eli. And yeah, there you have it. All right, looking at the PFR, Bones up at the top.
Back to your regular scheduled program.
Thank you very much, Ragnar Overby. You are so welcome. And yeah, man. Looking forward to see y'all again next Monday. Carlos here saying, wow, 2,600 call on ace-9 suited. Well, you have to remember that the blind was effectively $200. So it seems like kind of crazy and splashy when you just think about it in terms of absolute dollar amounts and just the sort of standard way that the game plays, right? If it's like 5-10, then 2,600 all in pre seems ridiculous. That's 260 blinds. It doesn't compute. But no, that was a $200 straddle, which means that 2,600 is actually 13 big blinds, 13 blinds, right? And you really, if you aren't adjusting your game style to match like the betting style with the size of the straddle, then you're completely left behind. You're not playing the right game. So 13 blinds, somebody goes all in after you've already opened. He opened to like 3 blinds or something, right? Like you can't fold for a 10 big blind shove. So he's always calling it. John G raises and wins. How many more we got? All right, getting word this could be the last one. I've heard that before, but we actually think that this might be the last hand of the evening. Let's see if we got a banger. 5, 10, 25, and 50. Bones will be first.
Dude, he plays poker a lot in Houston.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him at a couple card houses during the off season.
I knew it. I knew she was lying to me. This one and one more.
That was like years ago.
Eric gonna limp Queen Jack offsuit from the hijack.
IO farmer, UO farmer, or no, IO farmer.
Folds over to John, and he folds.
I just heard somebody fucking show him what-
Oh well, you put call in the thing.
I literally see Adrian Peterson playing fucking PLO with like $500. Like, really good.
You corrected it to raise. The first thing was call. All right. Anyways, Eric raised. He won. And this is the last hand. Kristen's real, and she keeps messing with me.
On a Tuesday.
All right. Just the 25 here. Bone's going to be first to act. Let's see if he wakes up with something. The answer is no.
Prime refused to pay him for whatever reason. So they just like moved the game from Prime. Which like,
Bunch of rags
That was Adrian
in the
Peterson?
bin. Driver has a real hand. KJ
this
Spades.
was like a year and a half ago maybe. Like he wanted bad beat jackpot. They didn't want to pay him.
Eli needs to see a flop.
Took their PLO
King 6 clubs, and Slicer going to come in for a squeeze here.
Small blind raise, 325.
Looks like 325. It is 325. It's a little bit on the small side. I think 425 is a little bit more appropriate, but 325 it is.
Oh, I see.
Just in case Eli back raise jams again or something. Everybody calls, so we are going to go 4 ways to a flop. Omega Broadway is represented. Eli has the only BB card.
They just like killed people.
And here we go, multi-way.
Miracle I survived.
I don't know.
Slicer first to act with the pre-flop lead comes ace high all hearts. He does have the jack of hearts. Really tough when everybody calls though, but like you kind of just have to stab it this small, right? And he will. I like this sizing. If that's 250, maybe even that's a little bit too small. But it does the job, right? Because like if nobody has an ace, nobody has a heart, like they just have to fold. So you don't really have to bet that much. And yeah, it just fold, and now Eli's gonna have to fold. And he's gonna win this pot with a bet of 250 and queen high.
Alright, I got one through, boys.
It really is pretty cool once you understand the dynamics of this game, like just how powerful small bets are in multi-way pots. Anyways, that's going to do it for us. There's the cumulative winnings. Don't miss it. He just did. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. Had a great night hanging out with y'all. Next week, super producer Carolyn will be back. So look forward to seeing y'all then. Also, don't be afraid to tune in on Thursday for the old 2-5 match in Snack game this week as well. All right, thank you guys again. We'll see you next time. On behalf of myself and everybody here at TCH, good night.
Okay, fine. Live stream's over.
There's $3 in that box.